Greetings, everybody. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday for once. I feel like the last several streams, I'm getting confused over what day of the week it is. Not too mysterious given how the past week in particular has gone. In terms of streaming and whatnot, in case you missed it, I I did my big birthday stream on Wednesday, which was an amazing time. Honestly, I had an absolute blast, and streamed for like 14 hours, getting all kinds of, I don't know, confused in the process and exhausted mentally and physically. But it was fun. We unboxed some old games, and a whole pile right here. And we'll get to those in due time. But we also, of course, played some games. We played some arcade beat-em-ups, and I played through the Super Famicom Prince of Persia for the first time in many, many years. And that was a greatly entertaining but also humbling experience. I'd had this overblown sense of confidence that since we played a bunch of Prince of Persia games earlier this year, I felt like, you know, that's going to be easy. I should probably be able to just kind of blow through it, and I most certainly was not able to do that. We got through it, but only through extensive use of password scumming. An amazing game still, though, and ever since we played through that, I've been itching to play it more and to like properly get to the point of being able to get through the game in one go. But I was surprised playing Prince of Persia at how strict the timer is and difficulty of that version, because the Super Nintendo version of Prince of Persia is very distinct from all the other ports in that it has by far the most amount of unique additional content. I know it has a bunch more stages and stuff, but I was still kind of surprised, having played some other versions in relative recent memory, how sort of integrated it is. I remembered it more as being like an additional handful of levels, but there's actually a significant amount of changes in the actual original levels too. Some levels are pretty much intact as is, but I feel like most of them have like changes to them. I'd actually be quite interested in doing a more thorough comparison between different versions, but yeah, so I was surprised by that. I like my feelings of how my recent endeavors playing through other versions of Prince of Persia would help me with the Super Nintendo version turned out to be, I mean, not only was it long enough ago that I didn't really commit much of it to memory, and what I did I've already forgotten, but also the fact that I had these vague recollections that turned out to be like inaccurate anyway, because the stages are different in the Super Nintendo version. But also, like, I, you know, just based on keeping track of the time and everything, like, that version, despite its double time limit, like you get 120 minutes instead of 60, it still is pretty strict, and you don't really have time for a lot of deaths if you want to make it through the game before the time limit, which I found kind of interesting. But it's a cool challenge, because I think, I mean, once you sort of master that game, or you know, memorize the levels and everything, clearing it, the entirety of it with no deaths is, it's not a trivial matter, but it's not insurmountable by any means. So, and of course, you're not required to do it fully deathless to beat the game, but it's like, it's getting pretty close. So yeah, given that that game is definitely a favorite of mine, I feel like I should revisit it more often, and I really would like to try and do a deathless run. Maybe I would try to do it in, you know, like the PC Engine version or Mega CD version first, like one of the, I mean, or the DOS version for that matter, one of the shorter versions, and kind of work my way up to the Super Nintendo version. But it feels doable, and I mean, granted, there's some rough patches with the some of the boss fights and stuff, but yeah, it'd be a fun challenge. I can say for a fact that it's not that's not the last time, it's not the last we've seen of the old Prince on this channel. I'm sure we'll come back to it. I am excited is maybe not the word, but I'm looking forward to revisiting Sands of Time when the remake comes out. I'm not even sure if it has a release date now. They've been pushing it off a bunch of times. I want to say last I heard it's coming out in November or something. I don't know if that's accurate, but whenever that does come out, I'm looking forward to playing it. I played through Sense of Time when it first came out, and I might have played it once again after that, like played through it at some point. And I remember liking it. I'm not in love with it, but I like it, as far as I can recall. And like I've never, it's never gonna fully satisfy the particular, like, it's never gonna scratch the particular itch that the original Prince of Persia game does for me. It's just too different. But it is a neat 3D action platformer in its own right, and since it's been so long, I'm looking forward to playing it. And maybe not, that will prompt a kind of larger exploration of Prince of Persia games and ports. I mean, we played a bunch of them earlier this year, but there's still plenty of them that we have not played. Yo, Macau, it's Prince of Persia Mobile Marathon. I do want to play the GBA Sense of Time, because I remember playing that when it came out, and it's obviously a little closer. It's 2D for one, so it's a little closer to the old games. Also, my Twitch chat is weird. Alright, well, there we go. I'm sure there's some, I don't know, fucking Gameloft Warrior Within or some shit. I don't know those games. I know that there's an Android remake of Prince of Persia 2, which, I mean, obviously doesn't look nearly as good as the original because it's all 3D. I'm vaguely curious about it, but I'm not even sure. That's so far out of my wheelhouse just from a technical perspective that I'm not even really sure how I would go about sourcing those games and playing them. All mobile games are Gameloft. I'd be curious to look into it. I mean, if you'd be willing to hook me up, I'm willing to take a look. Because I know I've dabbled a little bit with the K emulator stuff for J2ME games, and I don't know, it's always a little bit of a hassle. But I'd be interested in looking at them for sure. But like number one with a bullet, like the game I really want to play is the Mac version of POP2, and I just haven't bothered doing the legwork to set up like Mac stuff, whether it's through some kind of VM or emulation or whatever. I understand that it's not like that complicated. I guess it's fully doable, but I just haven't gotten into it. Okay, emulator's garbage. All about the Android emulator. Yeah, sure, dude. Just let me know. It's, I mean, like I said, I've only really dabbled in it, and it is garbage. But it's mostly done the trick so far. But yeah, like as you're saying, like with BlueStacks and everything, like no matter how you look at it, it's still jumps that have to be jumped through, hoops that have to be jumped through. And even if it's not difficult per se, it's you know, if you're not doing it on the regular, like it takes a little bit of it's a little bit of a learning curve to get into it, I guess. But yeah, the Mac version definitely seems to be the ultimate version of POP2 as far as I can tell. The Mega Drive version was interesting, but it was frustrating to learn that it was much more broken and unfinished than it seemed at the beginning. So that was like, that's not a version I would recommend. It was an interesting novelty in playing an unreleased version of it, but it's unreleased for a reason. But it did definitely make me, like, it's interesting. I feel like I got enough of an idea of what POP2 is like to feel somewhat comfortable saying I'm probably never going to like it as much as the original. But it's a cool game in its own right, and it really made me want to play like a good version of it. Because I think it's still a highly enjoyable game with some very cool set pieces. It's just kind of that all the stuff that's in between the set pieces is not as fun or compelling as in the original game. That's kind of the impression I got. But I didn't finish it because it's like kind of unfinishable, the Mega Drive version. So we'll get to that at some point. But we'll see. Like, either the Sense of Time remake is gonna just like fully trigger my desire to go revisit everything, or it's gonna keep me satisfied for a bit, and we'll see. I do have the PS3 versions of Warrior Within and Two Thrones, so I kind of want to play those too. And like I said, there's some GBA games and stuff. There's at least one GBA game that was based on Sense of Time, and I think there were probably one or two after that too at some point, GBA or DS or something. And those I'm like super unfamiliar with, so that would be interesting for sure. Spoil the last boss in PC98 PvP. Yeah, I was kind of speculating on that because I was really surprised playing through the PC Engine and Mega CD versions, because my impression of them was that they were all pretty samey, pretty similar to the DOS version. And they are for the most part, but they do have a final boss that's not in the DOS version. And the relationship between all those different ports is a little bit confusing. But there's some kind of company names and people and just art assets and stuff that show up in between them, that it seemed like even the final boss in the Super Nintendo version, which is different, but it seems, from my recollection, that it's kind of a slightly expanded version of the final boss fight that's in the Mega CD and PC Engine versions. So I kind of speculated that it's very possible that is all in the PC98 version too, because the PC98 version is like, the graphics are kind of based on the Mac version, albeit slightly different. But, like, I don't know. See, I don't even remember. Like, I remember what the Mac version kind of looks like, the tile sets and stuff, but I haven't played that in, I don't know, 25 years. So, and I don't even know if I ever finished that version as a kid. So I don't even know. Like, maybe even that version has shit that the DOS version doesn't. I really don't know. But, like, any version that has gameplay somewhat intact is going to be an amazing game. The Mega Drive version is, like, kind of fucked in a lot of ways. And it's still cool, but it's, like, man, I wish someone could fix that game, fix the controls, and fix the combat, because then it would be awesome. Then it might even be, like, my favorite version. But because the art is, like, the Mega Drive version by far has my favorite art, but it doesn't play very well. And the Master System version is, like, impressively garbage. I really want to try the NES version, because I can't imagine that being very good either. But if it's like fucked up in its own way, that's gonna be interesting. Anyway, we're talking about Prince of Persia, which is a fascinating series, and well, at the very least, one very fascinating game that I really, really love. And then there's a bunch of other games which I don't really hold in quite the same regard, but they're still Prince of Persia. I still like them. But we are going to shift gears to talk about another series that has at least one or two games that I really like, and then a bunch of others that I don't necessarily care about as much, and that is, of course, Metroid. Swordfam, what's up? Bonus stream at 91%. Oh yeah, we we sure made some progress on the bonus stream challenge on my birthday, because we went from like 40% to like 90% over the course of one stream. So we're getting there, and I figure if just a few people chip in, we'll get there today, which is cool. I was kind of worried because we were kind of falling behind a little bit. I was wondering if maybe this would be the first time where we fail to reach the goal for the challenge, but it doesn't look that way. So I have been off and on for the past month, 2 months, I don't know. I think we started in August sometime, playing through a couple of the Metroid games leading up to the release of Metroid Dread, which really is not too far off now. It's like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I'm pretty excited for that. I watched the Nintendo Direct the other day, and I very deliberately did not watch the Metroid segment, because last time Nintendo released a trailer for Metroid Dread, literally the only thing I've heard about the trailer is everyone being fucking pissed that the trailer showed too much of the game. And I'm not usually like super fussed about that kind of thing. But in this instance, like, I'm excited to play a new Metroid, and I feel like I'd rather go in as blind as possible. So after the first reveal, I didn't really feel any need to see anything else. So it's like, yeah, there's a new trailer, but I don't need to see it. And I seem to hear some similar kind of reactions to its appearance in the Nintendo Direct the other day. So I'll I was like, whatever, we'll play it. I'm looking forward to it though. But when that was first announced at E3, I kind of decided then and there that I wanted to replay some games in the Metroid series, because even the ones I really like, most of them I haven't played in a very long time. So we played through Zero Mission, AM2R, and most recently Super Metroid the other week. And now it's time for Fusion, which is most likely the game... Well, I can't say the game I have the least familiarity with, because I have beaten it before. I had never played AM2R, so that was completely new and fresh. But Fusion I have not played since it came out, pretty much. I played it when it was new, and I remember liking it, because it was, you know, it was exciting with the new Metroid and everything. And I've seen the occasional speedrun and stuff here and there, but I really have not played it since then. And as far as, like, having watched speedruns and stuff, like seeing stuff from the game, as far as that, like helping with familiarity and you know, I'm well past the point of assuming that that's going to help me at all. Even Super Metroid, which is a game I've seen speedruns of 8 billion times, and I've played it more recently than any other Metroid. Even that game, like, I had no idea what I was doing. Like, I didn't remember any of the map or anything like that. So I have no illusions at all that anything I've seen or experienced of Fusion in the past is going to help me at all. It's for all intents and purposes going in blind. So that's going to be fun. I will say that I have pretty much one memory of playing this game, and that is being kind of hitting a bit of a difficulty wall. Is that a word? Difficulty spike? Near the very end of the game. So with that in mind, I feel like I'm probably not going to want to kind of rush through the game like I did Super Metroid. When we played Super Metroid, I had the feeling of like, yeah, I know this game reasonably well. Let's see if we can get the sub 3 hour ending, which we did. And I ended up with a completion rate of what, 52% or something, which is like pretty low. And I was struggling a little bit with Ridley, but we got there. I was really like... I did not have a lot of energy tanks or missiles, so knowing, or at least having the memory, that there are similarly difficult boss fights at the end of Fusion, I feel like I'm gonna probably want to take things a little bit slower or a little bit more thorough and at least try to prioritize collecting over speed. But we'll see. So I don't really know how long the game is. I'm sure it would be conceivable to beat it in a single stream. But given that even Super Metroid took us probably 4 to 5 hours real time, I do not expect to beat this game tonight. In fact, I'm not planning on rushing through it to the point where I would beat it tonight. We'll see how it goes, of course, but probably we're gonna get a good chunk in, and maybe we'll finish it on Monday. We'll see. But we are getting started tonight, and in fact, we're getting started pretty much right now. Let's get the game going here. Computer, can we get some Metroid going here? Okay, something's freezing up. There we go. Metroid 4. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see like what my feelings on this game are, having played the others so recently. Oh, it's really fucking loud, isn't it? Maybe a little better. Yeah, I feel like this game is kind of where, I mean, I guess Prime is probably the more guilty, I don't know, the more major kind of part of it, but I do feel like this is kind of where Metroid started veering into like all the lore shit and the storytelling focus and everything, and the dialogue. Like, obviously there's a bunch more text and dialogue in this game. Zero Mission, which is a game I like, I've always felt like the story stuff is the part that I kind of like the least, and I am definitely curious what what Dread's going to be like in that regard. But I feel like that's something I will... Having seen that aspect being tackled kind of in different ways throughout Zero Mission, AM2R, and Super Metroid, I feel like this game is going to have its own take on it, which I'm interested to see how I feel about. Obviously, this game's kind of more overtly linear structure is something that has been much maligned, I guess it's probably fair to say. So it'll be interesting to see how that feels. But I was very surprised by AM2R and how that was structured, because that's also ultimately pretty linear. Or at least guided, I guess, maybe a better word for it. But at least that is I mean, it's not subtle and it's not ambiguous. But the way it's driven by these kind of earthquakes and stuff like happening in the, like, it's not driven by dialogue, and it's not driven by characters talking about and deciding stuff. And like, I don't know, the thing I remember about this game is basically you talk and you get like, you talk to your handler or whatever, and you get like permission to go to different sectors that unlock and open up. And I guess that feels a little bit more, I don't know if artificial is the right word, but kind of contrived? I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see how that all feels. Whoa. Stereo depth is all different. I guess headphones is probably more... I mean, I'm not playing with headphones, but I'm also not playing on internal GBA speakers. I guess this is probably going to give us a better audio experience. I don't fucking know. Well, let's start the game. I'd been assigned to watch over Biologics research team, so I once again found myself on the surface of SR-388. It's kind of interesting. I guess the kind of look of AM2R is kind of inspired by how this looks here. I had no recollection, by the way, that this is part of the story. Makes sense what I'm trying to piece together, but I guess I didn't remember seeing this stuff. Whatever. It was there that I was attacked by a life form I'd never encountered before. It was only later that I learned the identity of my attacker, the parasitic organism we now know as X. Unaware of my condition, I was returning to the station when disaster struck. That's a pretty cool effect. Once the X had infested my central nervous system, I lost consciousness and my ship drifted into an asteroid belt. That's bad news. Like, the presentation of all this is really awesome. But as long as they keep it like to the intro, I don't mind it. It's when you get like a bunch of dialogue and shit in mid-game that I'm less fond of it. We'll see how that goes. The ship's emergency systems automatically ejected the escape pod before impact. Biologics vessel recovered it and transported me to the Galactic Federation HQ. However, during the journey, the X multiplied within me, corrupting large areas of my power suit. Art's a little grungy on the GBA screen resolution, but the quality of the art itself is really excellent. It then came into light that the organic components of my power suit had become so integrated with my system that it could not be removed while I was unconscious. Large portions of my suit had to be surgically removed, dramatically altering my physical appearance. However, the X in my central nervous system were too embedded to be removed safely. I was given a minimal chance of survival. Then, someone found a cure. Convenient. They proposed using a Metroid cell to make an anti-X vaccine. It seems that the Federation had managed to preserve A cell culture from the last infant Metroid from SR-388. The serum was prepared and injected without delay. The X-parasites were immediately and completely destroyed. Pretty cool. As for me, one life ended, yet I survived. Reborn as something different. Pondering this fact, I realize I owe the Metroid hatchling my life twice over. We'll soon be arriving at the BSL research station. I must prepare for docking. The ship's computer has notified me of our approach to the Biologic Space Labs, or BSL, research station. During my surgery, the research team sent the last batch of creatures we captured there, as well as the infected pieces of my power suit. Regaining consciousness, I learned that an unexplained explosion rocked the station. For some reason, this awoke a nameless fear in my heart, and now I am being sent there to investigate. My mission on the BSL station will be overseen by my new ship's computer. Following the commands of this blunt, computerized CEO is something I have to bear. It was a condition of my taking the ship. I like that even Samus is not enthused about all the lore and dialogue and instructions, but you know, it's something that we have to bear, me and Samus both. For someone who dislikes taking orders, this is the second time I found myself having to do so. It makes me recall my other CO. I wonder if that's like specifically kind of making allusions to Prime. Because I haven't really played those games very much, but I know that they were kind of developed, like, the first Metroid Prime in this game came out around the same sort of time frame. So it would make sense that there would be some kind of allusion to stuff that's explained in that game. Fusion is mostly self-contained. Yeah, I mean, I guess most of them kind of are in one sense or another. But just the offhand kind of remark talking about her past, or what, because clearly she's not referring to anything that happens in any of the other games that came previously, you know, as far as I'm aware. But I don't know, obviously they were made by completely different staff, so I wouldn't expect them to be that tightly linked, but there would have been some oversight about the broad strokes of story stuff, but I have no idea. Obviously, they get into all kinds of shit in Other M, but that was like 10 years later. Well, I'm happy to ignore it also, so I guess it doesn't really matter. There's been an explosion in the quarantine bay. The bay currently stores capsules containing recent samples from SR-388, as well as parts of your suit infected by the X-parasites. Cause of explosion is as yet unclear. Investigate. I like the whole idea, by the way. Like, I like the... As I've said before, I'm not too interested in, like, the storytelling and, like, the narrative and that kind of stuff in these games. The lore. But I like how each game has, like, its own sort of premise, and it sets it up with maybe a bit of backstory or a cutscene, but then you're kind of left to your own devices. And I really always kind of respected the... kind of bold direction they took with this game in terms of and I guess I always felt a bit of an annoyance with all the Prime games and stuff that came after. Like, on a very superficial level, they changed the way Samus looks, and then they kind of walked it back by not setting any games after this in the timeline. They're just like, oh, let's go back to the old thing, and that always kind of annoys me a little bit when when that happens, whether it's games or media of other kinds, I don't know. But the idea of this like parasitic infection and like this, there's some kind of weirdly like these kind of weird. I mean, there's a slight kind of body horror aspect to it, but beyond that, just the general like it goes into some more overtly like sci-fi stuff, I guess, with this weird like the suit. There's some like organic component to her power suit, and it has like the weird effect that the parasite has, and she's got like I don't know. Like I think it's kind of interesting that they might have alluded to some things like that in the past, but they're making it more explicit in this game, and she now has this like totally different, more organic looking suit. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I like the fusion suit better, but I think it's cool that this was like the first and I don't know. It's like the fact that they just went there with it, I think is cool. Even if like I understand why they would kind of go back on that choice, but there's something about the kind of audacity of it that I think that I have some respect for, I guess. Looking forward to playing through Samus Returns. Yeah, I still want to play that at some point. Who knows? Maybe if Dread does well, they would release some kind of version of it for the Switch. You never know. Wouldn't be the first 3DS game to make it to Switch. Quarantine Bay is here. Move quickly and quietly. You are still unable to use most of your latent abilities. Don't forget that, Samus. Stop at the navigation room on the way. Uplink from there. Objective. Yeah. Couldn't really make it much more clear. Oh, weird. I'm like just getting a feel for how it controls, and it's actually kind of surprisingly. It feels more different from Zero Mission immediately than I would have expected, or at least I think it does. I don't know. I feel like you lose momentum when you jump in kind of a weird way, because it's been. Okay, you do have the ledge grab. Of course, we've played Super. We played AM2R and then Super, and obviously it's very different from Super, but... Alright, N, is that uplink? Navigation room. Oh yeah, that's what he said, right. Quarantine Bay is ahead. Biosigns are confirmed, be careful. Oh yeah, it's interesting, this game... Okay, I can kind of see, because I realized, like, in the map of Super Metroid, I was a little frustrated that it didn't mark doors. And it looks like this marks doors. There's a red door there in the purple hallway. In rooms we've been, but in rooms that we haven't been yet, the doorways are not marked out. I like that. Yeah, like, it's just interesting to, like, in my mind, and I think it's easy to think of that way because of the way the games look and everything, that you can kind of think of this and Zero Mission as like two parts of a whole in a way, or that they are like the same in terms of how they look and feel and play. And I mean, they're more similar to each other than any others. Supposed to? Oh, okay. But they're definitely not, like, I can tell, or at least based on my memory of playing Zero Mission a month ago, or whatever, that there's more differences between, like, logically speaking, I would not be surprised that they would make some slight tweaks. There's like a few years in between them. But I would still... I'm still, like, just on a physical level, like, oh, it feels a little different than I would have expected. This is unfortunate news. Oh, boy. Jesus Christ. Getting infested here. See if we can, hopefully not need... I need to take any more extreme precautions. The specimens brought back by the field team were infected by the X parasites. The X can mimic its prey. Any specimen could have hosted it. Before the explosion, a security sensor scanned one. The gelatinous X parasites invade and rapidly reproduce, killing the host creature. They also absorb DNA and use it to mimic the host, which is a pretty cool concept. You were almost killed by an X infection. Only the Metroid vaccine saved your life. It seems Metroids were the main predators of the X. That's why the vaccine worked so quickly and so well, but it has also changed your cellular makeup. You'll never be infected by X again. In fact, you can now absorb any free-floating X parasites without a host by merely touching them. This will allow you to replenish health and restore weapons. Not even sure how the latter would work, but sure. You may also restore latent abilities this way, so pursue free X parasites whenever you possibly can. I guess that's like they're kind of bending over backwards to create lore justifications for core game mechanics. Like I guess like what fucking super missiles are part of our suit, but we don't remember them, so we have to suck up X juice so we can unlock that part of our biology. It's a little contrived, but sure. I mean, that's the thing when you start making a bunch of sequels. At some point, I guess. I mean, I don't think it's important. I don't think Super Metroid suffers from not having it explained, but I can relate to, I guess, on some level, the perceived need to kind of justify recollecting everything every time. I don't know. The station is home to many species, some violent ones. We must keep the X out of the breeding environments at all costs. This is vital, Samus. I'm already detecting massive biosons in this region. The X are gathering. This may be our chance to exterminate them, but you're only at 10% battle capacity. Your chance of survival is extremely low. Federation needs you alive and on duty, Samus. Is your objective clear? Get going. I released the log on the level 0 hatches. Look for blinking hatches. Yeah, it's like this stuff is... I would say that it's not my favorite, you know, in terms of how... Oh, so this is locked now. Okay. Weird. Oh. Yeah, and I don't have the morph ball. It's not my favorite in terms of how to structure and present a game like this. But at the same time, I appreciate that it has its own vibe. You can wall jump from the beginning. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, they have to surgically remove my missiles. Yep. Oh yeah, I remember these. Daniel, love game. What is up? Thank you for that friendly jaxophone. Welcome, welcome, and happy Saturday. We're enjoying taking orders from a computer here. Received news from HQ. We support you with downloadable... Oh shit, okay, we gotta download some missiles. If you have this data, you'll be able to use missiles. Okay. Will help against some enemies your beam can't hurt. The data room for the download. Data room is here. Yeah, I'm gonna assume the D is for data. Is your objective clear? I like the calculation. Yeah, getting like this constant kind of interruptions and instructions and... So what's... Okay. So the thing on the right, that's where we were supposed to go. Well, I guess we want to download some missiles first, right? Yeah, certain things just cannot be surgically removed. I like her little sassy pose there. That computer reminds me of a gruff Federation CO I served under. named Adam Malkovich. He called me lady on missions. From anyone else, it would have sounded sarcastic. Adam made it sound dignified. Out of respect and with some irony, I named the computer after him. Like, this kind of stuff, like these like fucking internal monologue. Like, I guess I don't love the idea of Samus talking. It's not that I think she should be incapable of speech or not having a personality or whatever. It's just like, I think I prefer her to be a little bit of a cipher. Just like practicing wall jumps here. Yeah, you can't. Alright. I wonder if there's not enough. You might not have enough wall surface there. Or you might not have to be, yeah, just a little. Whoa, okay. You cannot. If you wall jump, you're like locked. Like, I'm holding left as soon as I wall jump. Like, you definitely can't. Like, it's seemingly deliberately made so that you cannot jump up that same ledge. Recharge room, okay. The jumps are so, like, you don't run very fast. I guess we need the dash boots or whatever. But, it's weird, like, even, like, you're losing, you don't keep your momentum. It's like you lose a bit of speed and momentum as soon as you jump. So weird. Just download missiles. Yeah, like, of course this game is more controlled in that sense, but I'm surprised because I don't think Zero Mission and Aim 2R had wall jumps like that. It felt different than I expected, is all. This game introduced item collection rate with endings. Interesting. Actually, now that you mention it, that sounds vaguely familiar. You do get different endings because it like takes into account both time and collection rate. Electrical interference has knocked out the elevators on the, like, oh, it's so constant, this stuff. Like, I wonder if this changes. As we get through the game. Like, I wonder if we're gonna get less of this, or if it's just gonna be this the entire game. Old school gamer, what is up? Happy Saturday to you. Yeah. Gotta download missiles and then get some X juice to reload them. Yeah, I feel like I would definitely not, like, 100% is not something I would bother with. Okay, so I guess we gotta get a space jump or something to get up there. Pretty cool. Pretty overtly signposted, but it's fair enough. Yeah, I remember these things. The missile reload X, I get it. Oh, it's gonna infect that thing, I get it. Oh yeah, there's ladders. That's right. Missile tank. Capacity increased. Oh, okay, so that's like an overlapping hallway, I see. Okay. Where are we? Okay. Well, let's see where this leads first then. Let's say, clearly there's something here. Oh yeah, so this introduced, yeah, the map is kind of the same between this and Zero Mission, where there's circles and dots to indicate collectibles, which is nice. It's just a little quality of life thing that I felt like I definitely kind of missed a little bit in Super. I'm curious, because I liked it in Zero Mission 2, you get that kind of, once you beat the game, and you jump back in, you load the save file after beating it, it actually shows you collectible, like, there's like a checklist for collectibles for each region, which I think is nice, because without that, like, if you, it's kind of weird to go for like 100% when you can't tell how much stuff you have right now. Oh yeah, one of these things. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, it's a red. Okay. Full health and missiles anyway. Samarkito, what's up? Yeah, like, I think it's just... Oh, try to grab. Okay, ledge grabbing feels a little different, I think, than what I'm used to. Yeah, like, I as far as the dialogue stuff, assuming that's not gonna hit either. Right? Yeah. Things look so goofy. I should probably have... Oh, okay. I was trying to see if I could shoot from here. Didn't work very well. That's fine. Ah! He knocked me off the wall just as I try to jump. Oh, I think we got him. Oh, okay. I see. Morphball ability recovered. Okay, there we go. Appreciate the graphical indicator that a missile was ineffective. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think in Super that doesn't happen, but you can usually tell if a boss like flashes or something. But I guess it's more ambiguous than this for sure. So yeah, I mean, I still think like the things, the places where this differs from Fusion or from Zero Mission, just in terms of like basic operations and how it handles and whatever. Oh, okay, you can aim from a ladder, but I guess not from a ledge grab.
Friendship.
Yeah.
Friendship. Okay.
You cannot shoot from a ledge grab. Interesting. Scuddy, hello there. Do you want to refill? Are we full? Oh, I guess we are full. Okay.
Superb.
I can't really tell like empty from full energy tanks. Samarkito, thank you for the follow. I guess we'll save. Yeah, I gotta drink some missile juice. What kind of saxophone? It's a friendly jaxophone, but they come in many flavors. There's a lot of different flips. Okay, so I guess I go to a computer to get new instructions. I mean, there's a missile door down there. Item. Oh, okay. Recharge room. Sure. I mean, we don't really need it, but I guess we'll go to the navigation room and see what new orders we have. Like, we're already kind of conditioned to do it that way, so... Samus, it's as I feared. The breeding environments have been invaded by X-parasites. Sector 1 shows several abnormalities in biosensors. Sector 1 is a simulation of the SR-388 ecosystem. To get there, take the main elevator to get... Oh yeah, I remember this. This kind of hub elevator section. Is your objective clear? Yes. Sure, but I think that whoever allowed the X into the environment may also be linked to the earlier explosion. Well, wow, that's some incredible deduction there. Incredible. Well, I was gonna otherwise go down and take a look, so I guess we'll do that now then. You're gonna have to excuse me, like, pausing every 2 seconds because my fucking sense of direction is terrible. I can never remember where things are. So there's a missile door here. We might as well open it up here and see what's inside. Or so I thought. Okay, red doors are not missile doors, I guess. Unless they take fucking 10 missiles. I guess not. I guess they're... Oh, actually, we have the thing. Yeah, that's a level 4 locked. Okay, so that's gonna be, like, fucking very end of the game, probably. Right, okay. So that's interesting. We shot the red thing off of the, like, the little vent hatch thing. But I guess we don't shoot red... Well, I guess missiles aren't even red. I don't know. Well, that's interesting, though. What's up here, though? I think there's a morph ball thing. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Pretty easy to collect items here at the beginning. Yeah, it's all up with these, like, locks and flash doors. Sub-zero containment. Okay, that's interesting. I guess that's... Okay, hello. That's Ridley on ice. Not where we go just yet. All the doors just, like, staying open. Oh yeah, there's definitely there's stuff about this game that are arguably a little questionable. But on one hand, like, it's cool how certain things are just drastically different. Yeah, this shit owns extremely hard. See, stuff like this, where we just see the actions. There's, like, some brief, like, cut-ins to, like, artwork close-ups. There's no dialogue. Like, that shit is fucking 15 out of 10. Super sick. I love that shit. Well, when Samus has to, like, fucking stop to tell us what she is thinking. Like, oh, it's such a massive, like, miscalculation in my mind of the appeal of these games. That it's, like, oh... It bothers me more so, like, beyond the fact that I think the monologue is unnecessary. The fact that someone thought it was a good idea kind of bothers me just as much on its own. Yeah, Marquito, like, for me, I wanted to revisit these games because I hadn't played them in a while. And I was wondering, like, thinking kind of what it's gonna... Like, I had similar thoughts. Like, I wonder if it's gonna be... If playing too many of them back to back is going to be weird. But I also deliberately didn't want to, like, go completely nuts and play everything and, like, different ROM hacks and fan games and whatever, or, you know, not playing the Wii games and anything else. But so far, like, it's been... We've been spreading it out kind of as well. Like, I've been playing the other games. Well, I played Zero Mission and AM2R and Super Metroid before this. And it's going to be, you know, 2 weeks or so before I get to Dread. So it's going to be a nice... I've been able to do some kind of palate cleanser in between the games. So I definitely understand that kind of fear. And I've had that with other games where I'm just, like, playing too much and trying to get into the next one immediately after. And it's just kind of making me bounce off. But it has also been interesting. Like, I think in a way... like, Super Metroid, for as great as it is, and, like, it really adds a lot of quality of life stuff with the map, and it adds some new cool gadgets with this, you know, the dash boots and the screw attack. I didn't mean the shine spark. I mean, and stuff like that. But it is also kind of, I mean, it is essentially a remake of the first game. It's a really great one, but I think 2 and Fusion by far are the more kind of interesting games. Like, interesting in the sense that they have more of a unique identity that's specific to that one game. I don't think I don't begrudge Super Metroid for being what it is, and I think it's still excellent. And I don't necessarily think that it would have. I don't think it needs a super unique hook necessarily to be appealing. But I think I have another kind of respect in a way for. Hang on, let me. Bear with me. I have a respect and admiration, in a way, for Fusion. Like that's kind of what makes me interested in Dread as well. I mean, I'm interested in it regardless, but I've not seen much of it. I've kind of avoided watching trailers and stuff, but just from the initial reveal of the whole kind of nemesis like robot that chases you and whatever, like I think that's gonna give it its own identity. And I think that's kind of cool, and I think that's really cool about 2 and Fusion, even if the particulars of Fusion, for example, might not be as appealing. But it's cool. Like, I'd kind of rather that than every single game feeling like a bit of a rehash, I guess. But we'll see what I like and dislike about this once we get further in. Main elevator leading to the access shaft has been severely damaged. It will be totally unusable for some time, unfortunately. Some unknown agent is at work. Something very powerful. Certainly not human. Like, yes, we just saw it. I'll report when I know more. Now listen closely. The X and Sector 1 have invaded the atmospheric stabilizers. They must want to alter the environment to their needs. They're already reproducing. Clear all 5 atmospheric stabilizers to stop them. Is your objective clear? Alright, sure. Now get moving. Yeah, like, it's... You know, I might not be the best at understanding subtle hints in some cases, but at the same time, it feels very incongruous with the presentation of Metroid games prior to this. Just how much it kind of beats you over the head with its like everything happening. It's like so almost over the top. Which, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Alright, well, so far we'll just keep moving. Yeah, so I guess this is like the... Yeah, with the SR-388. Oh, I see. I gotta fucking shoot the core and not hit the metal stuff. See, even that, like, you get a little text thing. Oh, that's cool effect, like the fog disappearing. Like, the presentation of this is really cool for sure. It's interesting, like, not having played Metroid 2, but having played, AM2R. Oh, it's you kind of break the armor. Like, I recognize a bunch of these, like, enemies and shit. It's kind of cool how they do kind of find reasons and excuses, whatever, sort of tie into some of that stuff from previous games, or Metroid 2 specifically, at least. Which is kind of interesting because, like, having not played the original and having not played this in a long time, in my mind, 2 has always kind of been a little bit of a black sheep in a way, in that, like, you know, obviously Super Metroid is like the most popular one, and it has such close ties to the first game. That Metroid 2 feels like it's kind of ignored and you don't really see much of it, or it's not really referenced, but, like, I guess that's not entirely true. Like, there is, between obviously some story elements of Super Metroid referring to events, I mean, it's the events directly follow the events of Metroid 2. And, this, like, pretty overtly, whoa, okay. references this stuff too. Like it's interesting. It's just something that would have, and of course the way this is referencing Metroid 2 would have completely gone over my head, even though they explicitly explain the, you know, what's going on and the connection to SR388 and whatever. Like, it wouldn't have had much of a... Can you grab this? Oh, it doesn't really land the same way. Oh. It doesn't land the same way when you have zero connection to it. But it's kind of cool. And of course, I mean, it's also a little bit of a backwards thing, right? Because of course... the look of AM2R, I'm sure, is very much based on how SR388 is presented here, or its simulation of it anyway. Fucking water, man. Kind of finicky grabbing ladder, or the monkey bars. Here we go. Alright, old school gamer, thanks for hanging out. See you around. You're welcome whenever. Wait, what was... Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I saw something. I guess there are more of the creatures in the background. It's kind of neat. Alright. Well, get some health back. Ah. Yeah, the ledge grabbing is, like, definitely more finicky than in Zero Mission. One unit still malfunction. Alright, so there's gonna be... Surely the last of them is gonna be like a boss fight or something. Oh. Materialized. Nice, we keep getting a bunch of missiles. We even gotten 2 energy tanks already. We're making good progress. Definitely the most colorful. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah, there's a door on the bottom. Get there from here. And yeah, like, you gotta imagine it being sort of designed with that in mind. I missed a square there, but fuck it. At least I think it holds up well. Like, if you look at a lot of other... Like, I guess this was like 2002, I think? This wasn't like GBA launch or anything, but it was still relatively early. It was still like pre SP days. Okay, it's a funky looking lock. But compared to something like, yeah, you mentioned Castlevania, I think like Circle of the Moon is like a... I feel like a pretty infamous example of a game that is like super washed out and weird looking to make it like playable on the original GBA. I guess I can just shoot this guy normally. Well, I guess well, okay, hang on. Oh yeah, right, you can't do that. I guess I go back the way I came, or can I? Oh, you can draw. Okay, I see. Have I thought about the Castlevania GBA collection? It doesn't really interest me. Like, I'm not that excited to play any of those games. I played all of them in the past. I finished Harmony of Dissonance and Bar of Sorrow. I never finished Circle of the Moon, largely on account of not really liking it all that much. So I'm not really that interested or excited in revisiting any of those games, to be perfectly honest. I did buy the other Castlevania collection because it was on sale for like a few bucks. I was like, yeah, maybe I'll... You know, it's nice to have some of these games on hand if I wanted to play them. But I don't know if or when that'll happen. Hey. Oh, okay, shooting that. But hit the weak spot. I guess so. I think something happened. Kind of interesting idea. You shoot it and it just leaks out regular X, which heals you. Charge beam. Like the collection seemed pretty alright. The thing is, like, about the Castlevania Metroid games, I've enjoyed them well enough, but I'm not, I don't know, I don't love them. A weird looking projectile, but I'll take it. Oh, I don't have bombs. Right. Just instinctively trying to bomb, and it's like, wait, I don't have bombs. I can't even see what's up there. Oh, there we go. I think the one game that I would be interested in playing is, whatever it's called, the last one, on the DS, because that's the one I haven't played. I own, what is it called? Gallery of Labyrinth? Portrait of Ruin is the English name on the DS, because I bought that when it was new. And I really liked it at the time. So, like, I would be more interested in the DS games than the GBA games, for sure. But even then, it's like, a little bit of a stretch. Order of Ecclesia, right. I guess that's the thing, like, the Castlevania games I would be the most interested in playing are the ones I haven't played before. So, the PS2 games I would be somewhat interested in checking out. I have the first one on disc, and I could see myself buying the second one, but if they were to release a collection of those, like, yeah, maybe. I mean, I still don't think I would jump at the opportunity of buying it day one, but, you know, at some point, why not? I bought the Castlevania, whatever. Oh yeah, that leads to the lava room. Okay, yeah. And I got the, I don't think I got the, because they did the, like, Contra collection, and there's like an arcade collection, whatever, that had like Gradius and, whatever else on it, around the same time. I think I only got the Castlevania one, but I did end up buying, because it was also on sale, Castlevania HD, whatever it's called, Harmony of Despair. Just something, I don't know, I bought it because it was dirt cheap, and I don't know that I would ever play it, but it's just a game I've been kind of curious about, and I've heard people actually have decently good things to say about it. But I think it's a very particular type of game, for a very particular type of experience. If you're looking for a mindless, grindy, whatever, you could probably scratch that itch, I suppose. But I don't know, like, I like Castlevania just fine. I think they're good games. Some of them I really, really like. But they're not necessarily games I'm, like, that passionate about, somehow. I don't know. Atmospheric stabilizers online. Many X have already made it to other sectors. Particular, Sector 2. The tropical habitat shows abnormalities. I like this idea of the different, like, biomes, I guess. Like, distinct areas. I mean, obviously nothing new for Metroid, but I think the setting allows them to kind of go a little bit crazier with it, which I think is cool. I think my favorite Castlevania game, or the one I'm, like, the most kind of theoretically fond of is probably the X68000 one. But obviously, you know, Run of Blood, the Vampire Killer, those are excellent too. I'm not as hot on the Super Nintendo game as everyone else, but it's a good game, of course. Have I played Samus Returns on the 3DS? I have not. I have never played anything on a 3DS, pretty much. Alright, let's go tropical. I will say, like, even though I don't like the narration and the chatty computer CO, I like the stuff like this shit. Ugh. I don't like that at all. But the fact that, like, the way the dialogue is sort of hinting at, like, well, not even hinting, but like, oh, this mysterious saboteur is in this region, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think there could be more interesting ways of implying or telling or showing these things more explicitly. But having, like, getting the sense that it's a living, breathing world, that things are happening outside of our immediate interaction with the world, that there are other people around doing stuff. Like, I think that's a cool idea, which definitely could be presented in a more interesting way. Learn the identity of our mystery saboteur. Samus is an X mimicking you. I've named it the SAX. Okay, cool. Well, I didn't forget, but I believe the SAX came from the capsule containing your infected suit part. It's like, well, no shit. Where else would it come from? Like, it used a power bomb to escape the quarantine bay. That explosion breached the capsules containing all the X that started this disaster. The SAX is definitely our biggest worry right now. The SAX is mimicking you at full power. You can't face it. You see the SAX, just run. Don't think about fighting. You're still very vulnerable to cold, an unexpected side effect of the Metroid vaccine. Like Metroids, you can be frozen by an ice beam. Of course, the SAX is armed with an ice beam, so stay away. You see it, just run. Bomb data ready, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Like, I like all of these concepts. I just don't like how overtly and wordily they have to kind of explain everything. I feel like it could just... there should be a more elegant way of explaining these things. Find security room, unlock level 1 hatches, then go to the data room and get the bomb data. Yes. Crystal clear. Couldn't be any clearer. Annoyingly clear, yes. Yeah, like, I think it rubs me the wrong way a little bit too, given that it's, as you say, sort of, like, it's kind of stuff that it is addressing something that was 100% not a problem. Like, it's fixing a problem that it was not a problem, kind of. I mean, to make another tired analogy, to me, it's like the changes made in the Dead Rising sequels, where they, you know... Kind of interesting. So I guess I'm... Okay, I'd like to get some tropical fucking conga drums. Okay. I guess I needed to collect the X, but maybe I can just not kill those things. It's probably easier. Verse guy, thank you for the follow. Oh, okay, this thing is already... Flies away. Yeah, I'm just trying to study what's going on here, but... I'll come back to that later. Oh, I wonder if I could actually... I can charge my beam. I forgot about that. Okay, so I cannot... Oh, cool. Maybe I should have paid attention to my life bar. Oh, that's fine. That's interesting. Like, I feel like that's like the first time almost in these games that we died to anything that wasn't like a boss fight or something like that. Well, we're fully charged anyway. Making an FNAF fan game. That is something I know absolutely nothing about, but that's cool. Making stuff is cool. So I wish you the best of luck with that. There's our target, but I guess we need to find the other room first. Is that the idea? Security room? Oh, we'll need a bomb for that, of course. Which, whatever this is going to be, it's going to... Oh, or maybe the target... I complain about everything being too explicit and I don't pay any attention. But that's fine. I don't mind exploring here. But maybe we need to... Maybe we could get the bomb first and then... exploring here, because it kind of looks like... Oh, screw it. I don't mind being... thorough here. To, do a little exploration and see what we can find. Is there excitement about Metroid Dread? There's a lot of excitement. Like, it's been... by all accounts, it's like... pre-sale numbers seem to have been looking very bright so far. And definitely, I mean, surely a lot of people like me like Metroid and are very excited about a new 2D Metroid. For the first time in, well, since this, basically, 20 years. I mean, obviously, you know, Metroid fans is not a monolithic entity. I don't have a lot of interest in the Prime games personally. Like, the thing is, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of, like, I'm not a, like, Metroidvania fan or a fan of that style of game. I like Metroid, but I feel like other games in a similar mold, especially once they add more, like, kind of RPG elements, more often than not, like, those are games I tend to kind of fall off a little bit, I guess. Okay, so presumably this is gonna lead somewhere if I have some other thing or something. I.e., I can probably bomb something in here. Like, I want to play, like, I have the first Prime on GameCube, but I just never really got into it. I'm not excited about them, and I'm not excited about Prime 4 at all. In fact, when Prime 4 was first announced, it kind of, you know, didn't get much more than a shrug out of me, because as far as new Metroid games go, Prime 4, like, they literally could not announce anything less exciting to me. Seeing as, like, the Prime games aren't something I'm, like, that interested in. And we already had 3 of them. Like, Other M, by all accounts, is not a well-received game. I own it. I haven't played it yet. Someday I'll get to it. But it's a game that is obviously quite different from many other Metroid games. And I think going back to Prime 4, even if Prime 4 ends up being different from the other games, because it's been long enough time that I'm sure in some ways it's going to be different. To me, that feels like they're just kind of going back to the least exciting thing they could do. Alright, we hear some footsteps, so we should probably get the fuck out of here. Because I'm already not that interested. Like, if I was eager to play Metroid Prime, there's 3 of them I can play already. So more of that, like, my ability to play and enjoy Metroid games. Wow, can I not bomb jump at all in this game? I guess not. That's weird. So, like, a 4th Prime game... Oh, okay. That's not what I expected to blow up, but sure. Like, for me, it doesn't, like... from a practical standpoint, doesn't offer me anything that I couldn't already get, which is like a new, you know, a first-person Prime whatever Metroid game that I haven't played. But when they announced Dread, I was like super excited instantly because like, yes, this is what I would want. Like, I mean, it's Mercury Steam, so I don't know if it's going to be any good, but that's the style. Like, if they're going to do something that they've done before, I'd rather do that because it's been 20 years since they did a new 2D Metroid, so that's going to, like, there is a novelty and an excitement in that. Granted, I guess at this point there's been it hasn't been that long since that's probably not the oh, okay, that's fine. I don't begrudge anyone for being excited for Metroid Prime 4, of course. It's just that personally speaking, it doesn't excite me really. But yeah, long story short, I'm very excited to play Metroid Dread, which is the whole entire reason we're playing these games to begin with, because I wanted to kind of refresh my memory, and also just like provide a more thorough frame of reference, I guess, like having these other games more fresh in memory for when I play that game, to see how it compares. And this is a very, very different aesthetic vibe in this region. I kind of like it. Is there anything over here? I'm not sure if you're speculating or just like repeating stuff you've seen in trailers, but I've deliberately like stayed away from watching any trailers, so I'd rather you not tell me everything about the game I'm looking forward to playing. Yeah, I mean, I saw the reveal trailer. That's everything I need to know. There's a new 2D Metroid. Okay, cool. I'm sold. Like, I don't need to know anything else. Okay, can I bomb through here? Looks like... Oh. Oh, that works. When there was a second trailer released, I didn't bother looking at it, and the only thing I've heard about the trailers is people complaining that the trailers reveal too much. So even as someone who don't normally feel that like bothered by that kind of thing, or like doesn't mean that much to me, like if it's a thing I know I'm gonna want to play, it's coming out soon, like why would I, you know, I don't need to watch any trailers anyway. But I mean, it depends on what it is, of course. I think a game like Metroid is like very much like, you know, I think I'm not upset at them making trailers like that, because like I said, you know, I knew that I wanted to play it. There's no way they could make a trailer that would have me satisfied, because they don't need to convince me with a trailer, so it's like kind of a moot point almost. They can't really do a trailer where they don't show anything, and I think this is it's a game in a series where it's kind of a particular vibe of sort of mystery and weird stuff going on and whatever. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Like in some games, it's more about the plot and mystery, but in Metroid, I think it's very specifically like set pieces and like, again, because the plot is usually like a moot issue entirely. Um, there's going to be like interesting, neat things that can happen that could surprise you that you don't want to know about, I guess. Which is why I would be more like, but then you have stuff like King of Fighters 15 that I'm super stoked for, and I'll happily watch anything I can. Which, by the way, the TGS thing is coming up pretty shortly, right? I think it's this coming week. So I'll be very excited to see what they have to show there. But that's also a game like, I mean, I wouldn't want them to show me the endings, the arcade mode endings in a trailer or whatever. But trailers that show us characters and gameplay mechanics and stuff, it's none of that is like impeding my ability to enjoy what the aspects of the game that I'm going to enjoy. But for games that where that might be a thing, it's a different story. Have I played Deltarune? I have not, nor do I have any interest in it. I've never played Undertale, and I don't really have an interest in that either. I mean, I think like spoiler culture or whatever you want to call it is like completely out of control. I think people get weirdly upset about, like, I mean, from my personal standpoint, and I like this is something I've seen kind of more scientifically, not proven perhaps, but like kind of indicated, that on a broad level, like knowing what's going to happen in a movie, for example, isn't something that on a large scale detracts from someone's ability to enjoy it. I think, and I like, for personally, I feel like that's the case. Obviously, in some cases, things are more exciting when you get surprised by them. Depending on what it is, of course, that can be a big thing. But talking about movies, for example, I think if your ability to enjoy a movie is completely nullified by knowing what's going to happen, then like I have to question if it's a good movie. Like, it depends on what it is, of course, but all my favorite movies are movies I like every time I watch them, because there's more to it than the discovery of what's going to happen or what transpires. And yeah, of course, you can be robbed of the excitement of learning something surprising or experiencing something for the first time. But it's also like it can build anticipation too. Something cool that's gonna happen, like being aware that it might happen, can absolutely, I think, be an exciting thing. So I don't think it's necessarily clear-cut. But I mean, there's also a difference between like seeing something. Okay, I don't have the super bombs, and that other room with a weird boss door, because obviously I can wall jump out here, but it would not seem like I'm meant to do that. Well, I fucking might as well. There's other stuff here anyway. Let's explore. All right. Well, okay, that doesn't really help me. What's inside here? Well, water's a pain, but I can clearly get out, so... Well, as suspected. I don't think much good will come of trying to explore this. Well, the point I was trying to make anyway is that I feel like a lot of people are extremely sensitive to see the navigation room. Okay, I guess this entire tropical ruin exploration is kind of pointless, maybe? Did I do this to escape SAX? I can't even remember. But the room on the hallway on the far right, that's where we had the eyeball door, and it didn't really seem like I could get past there, so maybe I should just backtrack and get back to the top to go to the navigation room? Might as well. Let me pour myself a drink. It's actually weirdly hot in here now. It's like sunny today. Yeah, it's like 15 degrees out. That's crazy. Maybe I'm supposed to, because like I said, once I got through that doorway, I should have probably have been stuck. So let's check that out before we backtrack the entire way. But yeah, like I think, and especially like someone mentioned, like, oh, our game trailers like movie trailers now, implying that like, oh, they spoil everything, whatever. And it's like, that's not a new thing. Like, if you look at like, I don't know, like you had fucking David Prowse going on talk shows talking about Darth Vader being revealed as Luke's father in Empire Strikes Back before the movie came out. Like, things were very, like, people seem to think that, you know, trailers showing too much or like things being spoiled is like a new thing, when in reality it would seem to me that the new thing is like people getting disproportionately upset about it. Oh, maybe hang on. Oh shit, I was not paying attention to my health there. Okay. Orohu, hello. Yeah, I like Metroid. I'm enjoying this. It's my first time playing this game in a very, very long time. And I pretty much remember nothing about it, so that's interesting. It's interesting for sure that I mean, granted, I'm like not paying attention, and I guess the game is also not like being super explicit about warning me, but this is like my second death, I think, and when I played through the other games, I didn't die much at all. I guess I'll go in behind, because I don't know if maybe that something will happen. Oh, there's more of them, okay. Oh, shit. Shit, okay. I was wondering if, like, this would killing it under here cause some kind of explosion or something. Because... Doesn't appear that I can do anything else here. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, I think for sure this would be the most kind of controversial Metroid game, in that it's... Like, I mentioned that before, and I think it's kind of interesting that I think both this and... Like, whether I personally like the direction it goes... Right, this is a super bomb thing. Power bomb, whatever it's called. I respect this game for being pretty bold in its, like... In a lot of its... Like Super Metroid, by comparison, is very safe. You know, it's very much, it's pretty much a remake of the original. It doesn't really build much on anything of the innovation and the weird twists to the formula in the second game. And then after Super, this game... See, but I'm so confused. Once I'm passing through this door... I feel like... Unless I did something weird to get down here in the first place. Because the only way out here is a wall jump. Unless I can bomb. Which, you know, indicates to me that I'm not really, like... The game shouldn't expect me to be able to wall jump out of there if I drop down there by mistake. So, if I fell in there, how am I supposed to prevent myself from being stuck? That's the part I'm real confused about. That's the part that's making me feel like I missed something. But I might have even wall jumped or done something weird to find myself in this spot to begin with. There's the water room. Okay, let's see if we can just backtrack all the way. I don't even remember how things connect, so let's try it. Assuming there's another bomb thing here. There doesn't seem to be. Oh, okay. Time to take a swim. Well, the swimming room didn't seem to have any way for me to get past it either. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I just missed something. Just double check there's not a door at the other side of this room or something. No. I think the linearity is like... Yes, people complain about this being, like, too linear. I mean, maybe I'm just being a douche for, like, pointing it out, I guess. But, like, I think the linearity is not itself the problem. Because, like, Super Metroid is also pretty linear. It's very linear up until a point. Like, it really kind of opens up. Like, you can break free from that structure. But it is pretty linear. It is guided with a very deft and largely invisible hand in a way that I think is done very, very well, because it doesn't really feel guided or controlled. And I think that's the difference. This game feels much more controlled, but it's not just that it's much more explicit and overt about it, but like how it's presented with the dialogue and stuff. The guiding hand in this game draws so much more attention to itself. I think that's like the real difference. Dude, I just wanted a little bit more health. And personally, I don't think I'm alone either in disliking some of the monologue and the writing, like the idea of Samus needing permission and taking orders, the idea of listening to her internal monologue, and that kind of thing. Like, those are parts that they didn't really sit right with me back then, and they kind of still don't. Ooh, can I drop down from here? There we go, finally. But I'm interested in playing this now and seeing, like, kind of what other merits this game has. I mean, there's definitely things that are really cool about it. It has its own vibe, visually, tonally, you know. That's pretty goofy looking. Okay, yep. I realized I'm supposed to shoot there, but just... Oh, okay. Oh, I'm like shooting a little... Okay, I see. I wonder if the charge shot works. Oh, okay. Could have just shot off a little volley of missiles there, but... Not sure if that... predictive jumps here. I feel like I'm only really hitting one shot anyway. Oh. Okay. Oh, he's like really short because the segments break off. I just realized. Can you even refill? I just realized maybe it'll spawn enemies or something, because normally that would happen throughout the fight. I'm not sure what to do here if I were to run out of missiles. Not a huge threat here, but... Too many iframes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. What do we download now? High jump and jump ball. Okay, that's convenient. All in one. Yeah, by all accounts, like, all of that shit is definitely both more explicit and, in other ways, more stupid in other M. Well, that's the thing, like, it's already questionable in this game, so the fact that it's, like, made even worse in that game is, sure is a thing. I really do want to play it, though, because it seems interesting. I mean, the story stuff is the part that I have no interest in. And part of the reason why I haven't, like, gotten around to playing it, there's several other reasons. Like part of the reason I'm kind of dreading the idea of getting to play it is that the cutscenes are all unskippable. It's one of those games that, from what I've heard, is commits the cardinal sin of having all cutscenes be unskippable until you have beaten the game, and when you replay the game, then they're skippable. So it's like they have the technology to let you skip cutscenes. They have implemented the feature of letting you skip cutscenes, but they are deliberately locking you out of it, so you have to put up with it. Like, and by the time you have seen all the cutscenes because you've beaten the game, chances are you're not going to want to play the game again anyway. So, like, oh, it pisses me off when games do that. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. This seems like a good place to take a little break. We got a new power-up. We're making progress, slowly but surely. I'll be away for a few minutes, but I'll be back shortly with more Metroid Fusion. See you guys in a bit. All right. Let's see here. Let's get this stuff sorted. Okay, we got the high jump. So now we can get back out without the without wall jumping, and we can get back up to the data room or navigation room, whatever room we're going to. Oh shit! All right, something happened. Oh shit! Huh. See, this stuff is fucking awesome. This stuff is great. It's the oh yeah, I remember this. When I saw this room before, I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. We're gonna see the SAX. Just got the Spazer and the Ice Beam. And I guess we're going after her? Sick. Okay. I guess we can see if there's anything... Oh yeah, that's even... Yeah, we're not even jumping out of that. See. Yeah, okay, so we can jump on these things, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, right. So this is actually... This is how we need to get back, because we can't get back the other way, it looks like. That's the water. The high jump isn't really going to help us with water. Probably going to come back here later, I guess. Oh wait, we can jump up to this now. There we go. Presumably, there's... Well, unless you can wall jump... Well, actually, it's not going to help either. I really don't think I can get through there. Or I'm certainly not meant to get through there, unless there's some weird thing about changing your momentum by... Please. Yeah. Nah, that's fine. Okay, let's go up. Oh, I probably can't go through here. Yep. I'm not even sure what, like... What did the SAX do here exactly? That everything is like dried out. I mean, it's fine that we don't know. It's mysterious. I have no problem with that. It's just like, huh. Okay, so hang on. I thought I would go through there and I would come out here. Well, that might still be true, I guess. That doesn't really make... Well, I guess I can... Oh, they have, like, no horizontal momentum. There we go. It's interesting because you, like... I feel like some of the secrets are... telegraphed in a way, but not, like... I feel like it's more common in Zero Mission to have stuff where legitimately, like, there is a... Like, the item is in plain sight, but how you get to it is more of a mystery. This game so far, like, has barely ever placed, like... There's an item... There might be an item in your kind of path, in which case you literally just you run up to it and it's, like, totally, like... trivial. It's not a secret, it's just there. But then you have... Everything else is, like... more hidden, it feels like. So that's interesting. There's still, like, that little alcove that's mysterious. And it's funny, because, like, seeing that is what prompted me to go back to the previous room. And I did find something for it, but it had nothing to do with this. That's interesting. Could there be something... I mean, I guess... Maybe that's a power bomb block or something. Could it be that I could go down from here? Oh, okay, there's something here for sure, right? This mysterious room. Like, none of the tiles seem to indicate anything. Well, that's a single tile on the far right. No? Okay, that's nothing. What about this thing on the wall here? See, like, it's pretty well hidden, but they're, like, if you're being very attentive, which I don't usually am, I don't think, but, you know, you look out for these single tile blocks. It's like indicating that maybe there's something going on. So we found a couple of secrets here that I could very easily have skipped past, but again, none of these actually lead to the thing I was the most curious about. I want to try to be kind of thorough, so I do want to see if there's possibly, if we go to the further right here, which again, even now with all the enemies gone, like, maybe things are a little different. Could there be something below here? Doesn't look like it, but... Okay, well, I think that's our answer right there. Now, what are the odds that I'm going to remember that? I mean, either we're going to have to come through there and we're going to, like, basically come through that wall from the other direction once we have the screw attack, and it's going to be just kind of a shortcut kind of a thing rather than a secret we have to find. But if that's not the case, I don't know how I would be able or expected to figure that out. Oh yeah, this thing. Well, we should be able to high jump over this now. Hey, there we go. The opponent has contributed the final little bit of con coins necessary to reach our community goal. And what is up, my dude? We are refusing left and right here. Thank you very much for that donation to the community fund. We will schedule a Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream. I guess that would probably happen on this upcoming Friday then. Right, okay. This doesn't help. Can't go back this way. There will be fights, indeed. Oh yeah, that's not even that's not even where I'm meant to go. There we go. Finally done here. Announce your involvement with fan translation of Sakura Taisen GB. That's cool. That is cool.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Kickman, what's up, dude? Thank you very much for your continued patronage. 6 months of unspeakable horrors. And for that, you receive a brand new pink skull. Enjoy it. Goes well with your username there. Alright. Let's get the computer lore. Samus, we've got trouble. Releasing the security lock may have been a bad idea. The SAX has invaded the water environment in Sector 4. Oh no. Water? That seems like a bad idea. Why would you put water in a space station? Several thousand X. The blue hatch is active. The SAX slipped in easily. I mean, I feel like the SAX could have just blown up the door anyway, so now we can at least have the ability to give chase. Creatures and systems in Sector 4 are already showing multiple irregularities. I'm currently investigating. I'll brief you in the navigation room when you arrive. Is your objective clear? Sure. Head for Sector 4. Yeah. Let's get the elevator here. Get some more introspection here. I guess so. SAX, an enemy with my strongest abilities. But does it have reason? Probably not. I don't know anything. I'm just speculating. I'm just wasting time adding nonsense narration. Oh, boy. Alright, so we could technically go to the left now too, right? There's a blue door over there. I mean, not that we have really any reason. I'm sure there's nothing we could really do over there. But it's given that the game otherwise is so explicit about its instructions and sequence, anytime the game, obviously or not, presents you with an opportunity to kind of break it, it stands out a little bit. Yep. Oh yeah, I meant to mention, right, as we got the sub alert, that I was sad to hear that I guess the new Sakura Taisen was not received super well. I mean, I've never played any of those games. I know those games were huge in Japan, and it was a big deal when they announced the new one, because it was like the most highly requested Sega property that fans wanted brought back. And they did a new one, and they did a full international release and everything, and it kind of came and went, and I didn't really hear that much about it, but what I did hear didn't seem all that positive. I don't know that it would have been my cup of tea regardless, but I guess I would rather have had it be a successful game that people were super excited about than not. Because, I guess, I don't know how fair it is to extrapolate too far from it, but, is that going to affect the chances of other brands being brought back? Who knows? Yeah, I guess that's the thing too, it was a very different style of game, so it's likely that it would not have been well received by the most vocal audience, even if, regardless of its quality. I don't know, but realistically, I don't know that I would ever get around to checking it out, even if I wanted to. I never played any of the Valkyria Chronicles games either, and those seemed kind of interesting in a way. I mean, I'm not big on strategy games, but part of me has an interest in some aspects of those games. And those games I feel like were received very well, at least the first one. And I think the fourth one was like, I guess the second one was on PSP, and I'm not sure if it ever came out in English. Like, it kind of fell off a little bit, but overall, I think that's a well-liked series. And at least with that, even if I didn't feel a compulsion to play through the entire thing, that feels like a little bit less daunting to get into something like that than Sakura Taisen, if I wanted to get into something beyond just playing the most recent one. I mean, Sakura Taisen always had a kind of dating sim element to it, right? So, I guess I'm not exactly sure what a harem sim involves, but I don't know specifically that is the most divergent aspect of it compared to the old ones, but I say that having played neither of them. Yeah, I guess like making Muso clones is not like the most exciting type of game to a lot of people, especially if you're looking for a turn-based tactics game. All right, we're in the water sector. I knew the X were powerful and destructive, but still, this seems to be purposeful. Certainly can't rule out the possibility that the SAX has a high degree of intelligence. I find the X fascinating, especially this Well, I'm happy for you, computer. But I digress. Yeah, see, the computer, it's fucking worse than me. He just starts ranting about all kinds of irrelevant shit. The sector is home to a very large creature the researchers called Ceres. Ultra high speeds. Or senseless and widespread destruction here may be attributable to Ceres. He doesn't even know why. Okay, well, good to know. Ceres has returned often to the breeding tank. Its natural behavior must be to go back to it periodically. Valuable specimen. We've been authorized to terminate it. Well, thank you for your authorization. I'm sure I would have been very hesitant to kill it to save my life otherwise. Some broken power nodes have electrified the water, but we can't cut the power. Okay. Well, it's not like I was eager to go swimming anyway. But it's fine by me if the game makes it explicitly punishing to even try. It means, you know, honestly, I think it's a good idea because it means I'm not incentivized to waste my time trying to awkwardly explore water shit, you know? Oh, there's a data room down there. If I can reach it from this side. I guess we'll get a new ability. I'm trying to... Oh my fucking god. Oh my Jesus. Oh, right, you can't shoot from a ledge. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going here then. Oh, there's a red door on the other side anyway. Yeah, I'm familiar with the kind of anime harem trope. I just wasn't sure if it was an established concept in game mechanic terms. Oh, okay, that was a bomb thing. Well, it's true that dating sim is another term that kind of can get thrown around a little bit with ambiguous meaning. But I think, as you mentioned, Persona, I think Fire Emblem, like, it's not like full-on Tokimeki Memorial, perhaps, but it's still a kind of socializing, bond-building aspect to it that you wouldn't necessarily take for granted in a tactics game. I figured this ladder's got to be needed for something. There we go. Always weird when you're like in this kind of weird background. Foreground, whatever you call it. You're like, it looks like you're out of bounds, basically. Aha. I feel good that so far, like, we haven't... I mean, I'm sure I've like, missed stuff. I don't know that I've received every single collectible, but anytime we've come across stuff like that and I just find it... oh yeah, I wonder if you're supposed to, like, speed, like, Shine Spark or something up here. Or maybe just come from above, I guess. I just realized that I wall jumped to get up here. We've been able to collect some stuff along the way. It's always satisfying. Whatever. This whole thing was a little detour. I mean, it's not exactly super well hidden that you can go there, but yeah, I think like it's interesting how I feel like this game's like the map design so far in terms of how like I mentioned before, like pretty much everything you collect, like all the hidden stuff, like it's sort of off into its own like side rooms, which obviously is not like something we've never seen before. But it seems so... It feels like, I don't know, I feel like it's to a larger extent than I'm used to from the other games. So it gives a slightly different vibe. Like, I feel like a lot of the collectibles would be easier to miss. Like, I don't know if this game is widely considered, like in terms of difficulty curves, you know, or just like levels of difficulty in general, I guess, between Metroid games. I don't know if this one is considered harder than other games. I know that Zero Mission had like some degree of like item hunting towards the end that gets really ridiculous. Like there's some items that require kind of absurd Shine Spark tricks and stuff. And it wouldn't be shocking to me if there's some of that in this game too. Hang on. Oh, that's our target right there. But I guess we have to... Okay, let's go down. Actually, do we go back? Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to get to that from here. It looks like you can't, so... Yeah. But, I mean, it would make sense. Like, Super Metroid is, like... Ridley is difficult, but that's, like, kind of it. It's not really a... It's not that challenging overall. And if this is a game that's kind of made for Metroid fans, like, maybe it's not crazy to think that they would make it a little harder overall. Like, again, just the fact that I've died, like, I don't know how much of that is that, like, health drops are less frequent or less generous. I don't know how much of it is the game not giving you too, you know, as loud of an alert noise when you're about to die. But yeah, people mentioned that the enemies, I guess, do a lot of damage, which, again, like, I'm not really paying attention to, which is probably because I've been conditioned to not have to pay attention to it. But this is also, as I mentioned before we started, like, this is the one game I remember struggling with. Like, I think in the end I used save states to, like, get past some of the boss fights in the end. It's not to say I couldn't beat them without it, but I didn't have the patience to try, I guess. And that's also why I would want to try to emphasize item collecting a little bit more than I did for my Super Metroid playthrough when I just wanted to speed through it. because I don't want to be, if at all avoidable, I don't want to be... Oh, okay. I don't want to be under-equipped for those encounters. Well, I guess that was a little roundabout thing, but very good thing, because that's definitely an item I wanted. Pretty much the most valuable item you can get. So it's pretty good. Okay, so if this doesn't... Okay, well, maybe if we go down, there's a door to that vertical shaft. Yeah, there's got to be some pathway. Well, there doesn't have to be, but there might be. Well, if we die here, which, again, has been known to happen. Like, in the other games, I kept saving any chance I got, even though I rarely needed to. But I guess dying is an actual threat in this game. So, but yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot so far. One of the reasons I think, specifically, is that it's... Yeah, there's probably a doorway here too, then. Well, I guess there wasn't, but... Oh, this is not the right room, is it? It is not. I feel like I don't know what to expect, which I think is exactly the kind of feeling you want in a Metroid game. Ah, of course, I see. Okay, well, maybe we'll go back to the initial plan then. Maybe I can actually get through there. That, like, even stuff like this, I feel it's not just the hidden item stuff. Like, just kind of basic navigation seems like it's asking a little bit more. Well, good thing I fucking saved, I guess. Can I even... Okay. Yeah. Even basic navigation seems to ask more of you than the other games do, for the most part. Uh-huh. Which I don't mind, but it feels almost unusual. But I'm also glad that the so the blue blocks generally are like just falling through blocks, it would seem. Yeah, maybe that's what they're teaching you here. Pump control unit. Ah, I see. Feels like a speed booster room. Okay, yep. Wait, could we go up further? Oh, I'm confused. Maybe we need to go all the way around to the data room to get the... Well, that doesn't even make sense, does it? Well, we'll find out. Oh, hey, you can't go down here. I mean, you can, but I clearly shouldn't. What was I trying to say? The constant, like, dialogue and interruption... Oh, well, that was stupid. Have become less of a thing just on account of there being longer sections with more... I'm just, you know, we're getting longer stretches of uninterrupted gameplay in between computer dialogue, which is good. Like, it's improving the pacing. And I figured that might be the case. I expected at least that they wouldn't be fully, you know, the same exact frequency throughout the game. I still don't really like them, but obviously they're more palatable when they happen less frequently. A recharge room would have been nice, because we're down 100 health, basically. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's gonna be reanimated with some X shit, isn't it? Oh, okay, we're getting out. Oh, that's the room where the bio whatever thing it returns to. I see. Okay, well, we're gonna come back. Boy. Oh. No. Oh, I was not ready. Can I get that, please? Yes. Okay. Well, I guess that acts as a recharge. Okay, good. Because I don't want to be underwater. Okay, those blocks look unstable. Oh, fucking hell. Pretty cool music. Oh boy. I like that there's a glowing weak spot. Oh my god. You don't really get to react. It's gonna fucking destroy me. Oh boy. Like, is there a pattern? Fucking hell. Ugh. Well, that's way too slow. So is that. Okay, seems largely safe up here, though. I got 70 missiles, so I'll be okay, I think. Oh. Once you dodge it, like, up or down, it seems like if you change locations, you'll be okay. Okay, now for the real fight. Can I get some refills? Thank you. I'm dying. Yeah. Holy shit, okay. Oh. Okay. Right, okay, of course, you get the thing from the thing. You don't get it from the data room. That makes sense. Okay, we got there. We got there. Let me catch up with chat. I could not really pay attention to chat there. Remember this boss battle better than any other? Yeah, I can't say I remember the fight per se, but it seems familiar-ish, but it's also a little bit kind of generic in a way. Like, I feel like I've fought serpents similar to this in many other games. So I don't know if I recognize it or remember it from here, or just like the general concept of a boss like this. 9 health, plenty. Nice, okay. Oh, what? Why did that not open first time? Oh, that's gonna, like, take us back. But we might as well take this route, I guess. Right? I don't even know if I could go back the way I came, but this could lead to something we don't have. Yeah, this is gonna drop us down. We got the missile stuff, we got a save room. Yeah, might as well. Speed boost. It's kind of weird. Oh, okay. I see. They really want us to learn how it works, I guess. Which, fair enough. Interesting though, because there's no like symbol. Like, I mean, I guess you could intuit probably. You just got the speed booster, but like if you've never played Metroid before, would you? Would you like understand that that's what that is and that's how this works? I mean, it's not. You could get there by process of elimination pretty quickly, I guess, but it's still. You know, you don't like when you pick up the speed booster, when you get the upgrade in Super Metroid, it has that symbol on it. But here you don't get a symbol, you just get the text after beating the boss. I don't know, it just dawned on me like that's kind of an interesting thing. The Saracen AM2R is kind of modeled after that. Yeah, I guess there was a fight kind of like that. Most of that game is already kind of not so fresh in my memory anymore. I don't have a very good memory in general, I feel like. Do we go down here? Yes, okay. But again, I mean, like, I do think that is... I mean, maybe because we play that, it feels even more familiar. But I don't think it's like... I mean, it's a fine fight. I don't mean it as a complaint, but it is certainly not the most original concept for a style of boss, I guess. Speed Booster itself is like... feels a little clunky here. The running, like something about the momentum... It's very different, like comparing Zero Mission to Super... Like, it is different for sure, but even this, like, doesn't feel the same as Zero Mission. Zero Mission running just feels a little bit smoother, I guess, somehow. I doubt there's anything here, but... Yeah. Be sure. Like, acceleration is much, much faster. Like, you kind of almost instantly get max speed in Zero Mission. It's similar here, but it's, I don't know, something about it feels a little different. Got a bad memory for names. I think that's the one thing I'm good with. Although I think, frankly, it's more that I'm good with faces. But if I know someone's face, I usually have an easy time remembering their name. I've had oh, okay. I've had several colleagues over the years be somewhere between impressed and weirded out by my ability to learn my students' names quickly and stuff like that. But that's such a specific and explicit thing to remember, I guess. Kind of makes it easy. Compared to, like... There we go, just wanted that bit of map. Like, what happens in a story, or... I don't know, games especially, I feel like, for some reason. If it's stuff that requires any degree of interpretation of subtle information or whatever, like... I don't retain that shit at all. I'm just being, like, overly... mindful. So I guess we, search and proceed, okay. Of what I may or may not have missed. Okay, so maybe we can access the data room now. There's a red door there, but there might be a door below the red door. I guess we can see if we can reach the bottom of this room. Okay, well, definitely go there. Well, whatever on the left here is probably item something something. The speed booster thing. It is, okay. I guess that's probably just kind of to get past or get through quicker. Yeah, for sure. There's certainly stigmas to not remembering names. Okay. Kind of funny. Like, doesn't feel like you accelerate at all. I mean, you kind of don't. You just like snap into speed booster speed, and you don't even really seem to move much faster. Kind of funky. I was gonna say, how do I go down here then? There we go. There's gonna be something. Power bomb, of course. Well, we've been pretty thorough at least. I mean, for sure, I feel. I actually had just. The other day, someone got in touch with me who I haven't spoken to in years. And, I definitely felt awkward. I was able to look it up through other social media, but the channel by which they got in touch with me, I knew who it was, but I couldn't remember their real name. And this was a person I've primarily interacted with in person. So that was kind of a... I felt like that could have become awkward. I don't think I would have felt that ashamed to say, like, you know, this is weird, I'm sorry, but I don't remember what your name is. Like, I feel like, you know, I feel secure enough about myself that I wouldn't feel too weirded out about having to make such a comment. Having said that, I would also rather not. Just on my own personal, like, because I usually don't have a hard time remembering people's names. It was equally, you know, for my own part, like, just feeling bad about not being able to remember something I felt like I should have been able to remember. Am I meant to explore this shit? I should have probably looked to see if I could access that data room first. I mean, not that I think I would get the gravity suit or anything, but let's just check that real quick, because regardless of what it would give us, if it gives us anything, there's no, like, benefit to holding off on... Right, it was this shit, okay. It would appear nothing in our arsenal currently helping with this. Okay, well, I saw this first, of course, but I didn't realize or remember. That means that we probably should go down there, because we could probably come around through the other side. Obviously going to be a thing later. I miss all these games? Okay. Missiles are, like, really slow. I mean, I guess they're slower underwater, but they felt pretty slow just fighting. Okay, so probably if I... are you serious? Okay, well, that's not gonna help us. This game is like very mysterious in a way I was not really expecting. It's funny because I would probably have felt that about Metroid 2 or AM2R. Like, that's a game I would expect to be highly mysterious around this alien planet, and there's no guidance, no nothing, whatever. But that was like very kind of straightforward for the most part. I'm almost dying. I'm not even sure when I saved last, but probably recently. Okay. Yeah, I can't really see how I would be leaving anything here. There was definitely no way to get... There's no, like, upper path here that was... Right, okay. Oh, okay. Well, there's a recharge room and a save room and a navigation room. Between the three of them, we should get some clarification, I feel like. I was so confused there. For a second, I thought it was underwater in that room. That was not. Okay. Yeah, the recharge rooms are actually, like, useful in this game, and they seem to be spaced out in a reasonable manner. Alright, save complete. Yeah, this is interesting. Like, I feel like in some ways I'm like... The experience I'm having with this game is like almost more the kind of experience I was expecting to have with AM2R, which in turn ended up being something quite different from what I expected. I really loved that game. I thought it was excellent. But it was not what I expected it to be going in, and I've played this before, but it still is not what I would have expected somehow. Well, somehow, it's not that much of a mystery. It's been like 20 years almost since I played it, so 18 years, whatever, how long it's been. So Ceres had been infected by the X2. Well, as a result, you recovered another ability. At this rate, you may be able to face the SAX yet, but that's still a ways off. HQ more support data, missile upgrade data. Desperately need this, but the data room here is sealed with a level 4 lock. Let's avoid opening sensitive areas unless it's necessary. I mean, yeah, I think it's arguable how effective it is, the narrative justification for locking off areas, but they make a good effort of trying to justify it at least. The route to the data room in Sector 2 is blocked by still more SAX activity. Note a deliberate activity pattern, as if it is blocking your recovery intentionally. Best option for download is in Sector 3. Find the Pyre data room on your map after using a navigation room there. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, like, the way the sectors are laid out, and it makes sense. Yeah, I figured we would go here next, because we have the blue door open. You know, each section, you get the map the first thing you do. And that is, like, kind of true in some of the other games. Sometimes you can just arbitrarily kind of miss it, because you end up, like, one of the first things you do in an area might be like a fork, and you just choose to left or right arbitrarily, and it may be the case that you go left to progress and you go right to go to the map room, and you have no real way of knowing that. So you can accidentally just skip the map room, which I think I did for the last section in AM2R or something. So here you don't really have the option of doing that, and from a narrative standpoint, or like from the fact that you're in this kind of base station, whatever, like, it makes sense that these things would not be like hidden off to the sides. There's, you know, this kind of hub by the entrance of each area. But it's cool because, you know, you might feel that, oh, having the map is like you don't get to explore stuff because you have the map. But again, because of how much they actually still require you to break out of the map to progress and to find stuff, the balance between information you can find through the map and like how much exploration and secret digging and stuff there is for you to do, I feel like that balance is a little different, but it's good. It's not worse in any way. It's just handled a little bit differently, which is interesting. X have not invaded yet. Data room here sealed by another security hatch. Security room, activate level 2 hatches. Let's mail all the SAX and X parasites into the area, but we're left with no choice. Security rooms can't be shown, but it's in one of these gray rooms. Avoid the ultra-heated areas. Your suit can't take such high temperatures, but we're working on it. I like the color coding of all the keywords, by the way. Makes it nice. Like, you can kind of skim it and get the important part. Alright, we gotta download the Super Missile DLC. Yes. Dude, how many times... Here's what you need to do. Here's all your information. And here's also what you need to do. And just in case, here's some extra information. And by the way, this is what you need to know. Did you get all that? Okay, good. Also, here's what you need to know. One more time. Like, Jesus. Might as well save here. Because we're, we could well die. Oh, what's up, STS? Yeah, we gotta get the Super Missile DLC. Gotta get the fucking X-Parasite Season Pass. There's something up there. This looks like it would come here from the other direction. Yeah, it's gonna be a quiz. It's gonna be a written test at the end. As soon as I saw a bunch of these like destructible blocks, I figured, yeah, already breaked. Like that's kind of nice. Like the speed booster being so slow means you can actually shoot stuff in front of you when you're speed boosting, which is not always the case. Oh, okay, we're coming back here once we got the DLC. Okay, well, I was gonna say, there's gotta be a way back. No, okay, you just gotta fucking jump. Yeah, you lose it as soon as you land, too. It's interesting. Okay, so what's here, then? Oop. Hot room. Game as a service, fucking Metroid Live. I'm not even gonna read the rest of that comment, Jesus Christ. That's a depressing thought. I mean, sick costumes, that's welcome in every game. Any game that lets you play dress up is better off for having that kind of feature. That's just facts of life. Prime has, there's like interconnectivity, like GameCube to GBA interconnectivity features. Or I guess if you have save data from this game or whatever, I don't know exactly what the criteria are, but you can unlock the fusion suit in Prime. It's kind of cool. And I feel like I wouldn't be super shocked if there's some way to, I mean, whether you get it through the game or if there's some cosmetic thing or whatever, but like having other suits in Dread would be very welcome as far as I'm concerned. Navigating here is kind of weird. On a similar token, on the Nintendo Direct the other day, they finally showed something of Bayonetta 3, which was exciting. Alright, we gotta go down to find the data room, I guess. I don't have a lot of thoughts on what was shown, other than I'm happy to see Signs of Life, and I'm looking forward to that game. It's coming out in 2022, I guess, is the latest. And I'm looking forward to that. But obviously, the one thing that people were able to comment on was Bayonetta's look. I think it was fine. I saw a lot of people kind of going nuts over it. I wasn't in love with it. She looks fine. I don't have a super strong preference of her design in any of the games. It makes sense that she would look different. But I know that those other games, especially 2 and the Wii U versions, well, the Nintendo versions, I guess, of 1 also had a bunch of, like, the Nintendo costumes and stuff. Like, that shit is super fun. So I really hope, especially when they're taking, like, 8 years to make it, that Bayonetta 3 is going to have a lot of fun costumes. I can't remember if, like, the Bayonetta 1 costume was in 2. I feel like probably it was. So I guess I would kind of expect the costumes from 1 and 2 to be in 3 as well. Yeah, I guess we, like, there's a lot of questions, both in terms of visual presentation and what the game is, and all kinds of other things. So like, we'll see, I guess. But I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm a huge fan of Platinum, so I'll be getting that day one for sure. Okay, hang on. That was a hot room. Is there from the big? Okay, is there a way to go left? This is one of those. Yeah, this seems like a. It's gonna break or be exposed someplace through power bomb. Jesus. Okay. And I was thinking that I should replay Bayonetta 1 and 2. I think I've bought the games more times than I've played them. I mean, like, played through them. I finished both of them, but I think I've got like 5 versions of the first game. So I bought it when it came out on Wii U, and I also bought it on Switch, and I bought it on Steam, and I got the Xbox One Anniversary Edition. And I had the 360. Like, I guess I'm only missing the PS3 version. I don't really need to get that one. Well, technically, I don't have it on PS4 either, but I don't need that also. I think a lot of people probably prefer Bayonetta 1, or felt like it was more kind of impactful, at least. I never really spent a lot of time with either of the games after beating it once, so neither of them is super fresh in memory. Because I played the first game in like 2014, something like that. Because I remember I was playing it during summer holiday, and I beat the game in one day. I started playing it in the morning, and I played it for a couple of hours, and then I like made lunch. And I wasn't planning on continuing to play, but then I was like, fuck it, I just couldn't stop playing. So I finished over like 15 hours or something in one day. And I got like really hooked, but I didn't spend that much time with it afterwards. And I played 2 when it came out, and I remember really liking it. I think there were parts of it that I liked kind of better. I remember some of the hidden challenge room stuff. If I recall correctly, all of them in 1 were like super duper difficult, and in 2 there was a little bit more variety, which I kind of liked. I didn't feel like all of them were impossible. But I only remember kind of snippets, bits and pieces. I do kind of vaguely recall finding the end of the game not as, like, I preferred the final stretch of the first game over the second one. But yeah, I can only really remember fragments, bits and pieces. So, much like these games, it would be fun to revisit them, but also playing them in more rapid succession would probably be kind of informative to see how I felt about both of them. Dude, I'm like really confused because there's like green doors everywhere, and the only thing, I mean, there's the hot room that I'm pretty clearly not meant to go into. And the room to my left, I'm like speed boostering across the bottom of it, so surely there's no bomb blocks or something. Well, I guess I don't technically know that, but it seems unlikely that I'd be able to break. But maybe, okay, maybe I didn't look too carefully in that room to the left. Because it kind of doesn't seem impossible to imagine that there's the data room behind this door. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to speed... Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Exactly. See, I still like that about this game. Like, I miss a lot of stuff. But then I stop after I've explored every immediately obvious avenue. Oh, I guess. Oh, yeah, right. Those aren't super missile doors. God damn it! I keep thinking like, oh, I'm gonna need the super missiles. Oh yeah, the X are here immediately. But no, I just need to open the green locks. And once we get to the DLC room, that's when we get the super missiles. Like, that is so, like, just different from how these games typically operate. That it trips me up tremendously. Fucking hell. But yeah, like, every time I'm sort of stuck a little bit, I tend to, like, stop for a moment and check my bearings. And kind of feel able to make a reasonable hypothesis based on the information presented, and I feel like more often than not, it works out. So I could still go down there now, huh? Okay, right, but that's gonna, the target, right. It's not a boss fight over there. I mean, it might be, but as far as the map is concerned, it's just DLC room. I feel like there's more... Oh, fucking hell, okay. I feel like there's more enemies that require missiles, or that, like, kind of expect you to use missiles anyway, than I might maybe expect from other Metroid games, which is kind of interesting. Like, I think that just sort of adds to the idea that the difficulty, like, level is a little higher. Although I think that's kind of good, like, it's... Or at least I don't mind it. I feel like in some of the other games, the missiles are just like... I don't know, you don't use them that much. Holy shit, you just like, anytime I glance over to my life bar, it's always way emptier than I expect it to be. Alright. I wonder how much of this is like a early GBA thing. But I think the enemy sprites are maybe the weakest point of this, like, visually. A lot of it, like, they have, like, kind of a... They're drawn in kind of a style that doesn't seem to be a good match. Like, I think Samus's sprite looks great. But a lot of the enemies have these, like, kind of black outlines that don't really seem to match anything else. It looks a little funny. Yeah, exactly. You use the missiles for bosses and doors. Here you are kind of incentivized, if not required, to use them. Like, I feel like in other Metroid games, like, if I'm using missiles in regular combat, it's just, I'm being kind of... Not wasteful, but it's like... There's some kind of extravagance in doing so. Okay, so now we're back to... Could there be... Do I have what I need to defeat that purple thing? I feel like that's probably a... Probably a... whatchamacallit? Super missile thing. Like, the first bubble wall thing we encountered, we kill those with regular missiles. So these ones you probably have to kill with super missiles? That seems like a reasonable assumption. But as far as the map is concerned, getting past that slime wall thing is like the only way to get to where we get the super missiles. So either there's a different way around, or I'm totally wrong. I guess we can go to the top of this shaft and see if there's something that seems like a pathway. Ah, what the heck? I pressed up mid-jump and lost my momentum. Would have wanted them to fly towards me, but oh well. Nope. I'm like not doing great on missiles here, but... Well, even if we could go up through... Well, actually, I was gonna... okay. Never mind. I was gonna say, even if we could go up through here, it wouldn't help us. But no, it would exactly help us because it would put us exactly where we need to go. Because it puts us past this thing. Which we will now be able to blow up. There we go. There we go. Oh shit, I thought that was like a background object because it was so hazy. I didn't realize I was standing in the haze. Or the light, whatever. Kind of cool, like little dust cloud kicks up when you jump. Yeah, I'm impressed with the kind of visual variety and stuff. Something bad gonna happen down there? Not just yet, but... yeah, probably not gonna... I wonder if... Nah, it's not enough. I feel like you need a lot of room to speed booster in this. Gonna be some shit to fight on our way out here, isn't there? Super missile data downloaded. Okay, so they... Alright. Because when I got the... when I opened the door, I thought for a second that I got the super missiles, and I was like, oh, they're not a different thing. They're just, like, just replaced our missiles, I guess. And then I was like, no, wait, I didn't get the missiles. I just opened the doors. And now I'm looking at it, and I was like, no, wait, I guess they do replace your missiles. Okay, things are quiet for now. I'm like so nervous because I'm low on health, which is cool. Like it's cool that this game can be so eerie and give you that like very palpable sense of unease. Yeah, dude, I need to download more RAM from my fusion suit. But we're safe. That's pretty generous of the game to just like full-on replace the missiles with super missiles. Which is actually a super nice, convenient thing also, that we don't have to fuck around with item, like weapon switching. That's like by far the worst part of Super Metroid. Switching weapons is so tedious and awkward, and I'm so glad that they streamlined how a lot of that works. Like holding... like the modifier button to shoot missiles is such a great choice, and stripping out a lot of the other weapons and gadgets and stripping away the need for actively selecting them and stuff is definitely a good choice. Okay, yeah. I figured we wouldn't get out here the normal way, so... that other L-shaped room was so... I guess we're seeing... it's moving to the right. That's up there, Joe. And even seeing this room, like, the layout of the thing, like, this just... I don't know if I'm remembering this, or if it just looks like it would be a boss thing. Oh! Okay. Oh. No. Trying to like learn how to fucking hit this thing. Shit, shooting missiles might help. No. Like bosses don't necessarily seem like they have a ton of health, but they hit fucking hard. Oh shit. Oh boy. Oh, that thing hits you, of course. Oh, I'm trying to shoot downwards. Oh, of course. I'm like trying to stay clear, like close to it to get another shot, but I forget that thing bouncing out will hit you. Right. Oh, of course. Like, it's kind of easier to avoid stuff than... Easy, I don't know. Things are kind of predictable and regular in how it moves, but... There are multiple things to pay attention to at once. And I'm pretty much dead. Question is it pretty much dead too? Should have... Did I just kill it? I think I might have. Am I replaying this, or is it my first time? It is not technically my first time, but I have not played it well, since it came out, pretty much. So I don't... As I'm learning, playing through it, I don't remember anything. So, essentially, it's a blind playthrough. Now, it would be nice if I... Yeah, I feel like we've seen so many of these, like, screw attack walls. I feel like there's gonna be... That's gonna be like a cleanup thing. You get the screw attack at the very end, and that's gonna let you get through things quickly. Dude, like, I could die in one hit, basically, so... Down health back. Getting missiles. I feel like you farm health, like, so much easier and faster in the other games. I'm so fucking spooked. There's clearly something here. Clearly there's something on this square on the map. But this part sure looks conspicuous. Now I'm even more confused. There's no way you can... Speed boost your way. Ha! Sick. Energy tank. My instincts prove correct once again. Just weird and impressive, given that my instincts have not... have not served me super well in some of the previous games, but... oh, that actually filled our health up. That is excellent. Fucking hell. Okay. So we got the super missiles. Yeah, repelled security robot. I guess there's nothing else we're meant to do here. Any place we can't go through here is because we need Varia suit, or equivalent, I guess. We need to download some high SPF suit data. Yeah, it's been very interesting so far. I'm enjoying this a lot. There's part of this game that I expected going in that I would not enjoy, and that has proven accurate. I don't like a lot of this stuff. The dialogue I don't like. I think Samus's internal monologue in the elevator is the most egregious thing. Like, that's definitely the part that I like the least. I don't like how it's like tediously over explaining everything, and snippets that we see of the SAX and like kind of in-game stuff, like what's happening in the game world when we see these like exploded doorways and stuff to give us a sense of the SAX having been there. Like all that stuff is done super well. I love that shit. But when your computer is spelling everything out and explaining things in a very like what's the word? Verbose manner, I guess. Like everything is just rehashed 3 times over. That is kind of dragging it down a little bit. But the actual kind of level design and puzzle design and visual variety and themes and concepts, both in terms of the world building and like a lot of that shit is actually very cool and interesting in a way that I didn't really remember. It's not that it's different from what I remembered, it's more that I didn't really remember any of the specifics. And it feels very different from any of the other games. Not uniquely because AM2R, and I expect by extension Metroid 2, also feels kind of singular and different. But it's cool. I really appreciate that about it, and I think having its own identity in so many different ways makes this game very interesting. I think I can understand like it's very controlled presentation, making it perhaps feel a little less inviting for like repeated playthroughs and stuff. Like not only do you have like you don't necessarily get a strong sense of being able to tackle things in a different way the next time you play it, you also like kind of know the beats you have to go through, and it's like, oh, now we get this dialogue, now we get this cutscene, like stuff that I'm already like not too hot on, like having to sort of sit through that, even if you can button mash your way through it. Like those kinds of things make it feel less appealing, I guess, to kind of revisit, at least if you do it more than once every 20 years. Like yeah, Zero Mission I think is a game that feels kind of weirdly slight. There's like, it's a pretty short game, and there's not many bosses, and like, I mean, I like the game, it's really cool, but I think there are less kind of interruptions and that kind of thing as in this game, which I think help. Or I mean, Super Metroid, of course, for that matter, doesn't have any of that stuff. But I think what this game does, like this game is by no means made obsolete by any other Metroid game. I think it's easier to make the argument. I don't hold this position, but I could see how one could make the argument that Zero Mission is somewhat made obsolete by Super Metroid because they are kind of similar. I mean, I prefer the controls of Zero Mission. I think the surprise factor and the novelty of the whole Zero Suit stealth segment is interesting, even though it's not that fun to play. And I think the way like the Chozo lore shit is pretty dumb. I don't like how the gravity suit and power bomb are implemented in the game, where you're literally at the final boss when you get that stuff. So it's like, well, either you finish the game or you break out of this little hallway thing and get access back to the main map and can explore the entire game to collect stuff, when realistically speaking, collecting any of that is going to be pretty inconsequential for the final boss. Like, I think that's kind of a weird structure that I don't really like. But I still think that it's got enough of its own thing going on that I wouldn't say it's that it is obsolete, but it still offers kind of less unique things, than this game does. So, I mean, it depends on what you value more, I suppose. Ooh. Level 2 locks released. Sectors 5 and 6 are open. Likely been infiltrated by X. Sub-Zero, that seems like a bad idea. I like that. Like, that's a cool little lore thing. Like, there hasn't really been... I think this is the first time there's been, like, freezing and ice stuff. Aside from the ice beam, of course. And because, of course, you freeze the Metroids, like, it's a fun little thing. They're working on Suit DLC. The X have destroyed all the data rooms you've used so far. Yeah, that's cool. I have to use the data room in the night habitat, Sector 6. Oh boy. Dark shit, huh? It's tighter, more compact. Yeah, one of the things that I felt pretty immediately in AM2R for sure was how really open, like the map has, like the scale of the map is different. I expect that to be pretty much an invention of AM2R, and not so much part of the original game. This, like, oh my god. But immediately, like, having each kind of hub area and room being so open and so vast, like, you haven't really seen anything like that, except, like, the parking lot in Super Metroid where Samus's ship is. Like, that's the one really huge room. But AM2R had a lot of that, which helped, I think, give the map... And I think it's true for this game, too. Like, even if it's in kind of the opposite direction, like, the nature of the map design itself helps communicate... something about the nature of the area that you're in. And I think that's one of those things where games like these can easily be kind of repetitive in a way, like, you know, compared to a conventional linear action platformer where you would typically have very distinct levels. Games like these can be quite susceptible to just having a lot of repetitive looking hallways. You know, you reuse the same tile sets. I mean, Metroid 1, I'm not knocking it for it. For 1986, it's not embarrassing by any means, you know. It's pretty innovative, but it is kind of, you know, it's got rocky hallways and bubbly hallways and vertical shafts. Like, that's kind of what the game map is. And I feel like a lot of lesser Metroid-style games don't perhaps do as much with the map, like the shapes of the map design, to communicate what the location is or whatever. Like, I feel like it's just one of those things. Like, it is a tool that you could use. Like, if the layout can tell the player something about the environment, like, it probably should. And I think even if it's not like very explicit, just by comparing them, just by the contrast between them, I feel like the different Metroid games can give off a somewhat different vibe based on, I mean, many things, of course, but among them, the layout of the map. And I think that's cool. I appreciate that. I'd be hard-pressed to pick a favorite, honestly, because I think most of the games I've played have things I like about them. I think for now, I would probably lean towards AM2R being my favorite, but I think that's also... I wouldn't feel comfortable committing to that opinion, simply because it's also the most novel to me. I played it for the first time a few weeks ago. And Super Metroid, if I played that the first time, it would probably have a similar impact on me. I think this game, there's enough sort of baseline conceptual overall things about this game and how it approaches certain things that I kind of dislike. Even if they're all largely kind of surface level, they permeate so much of the experience that they kind of drag the game down a little bit. But there are a lot more things about this game that I really appreciate than I kind of expected. And I think it's definitely far more so than being worse than any other Metroid. I think it's just different. So I couldn't really begrudge anyone for disliking it if you're a big fan of one of the other games and this is just too different. But on the same token, like, I can see how this would be someone's favorite. Like, because I mean, I agree. I think it's got a cool atmosphere, and I think there's a lot going on with the kind of tone and vibes of the kind of I don't want to say the narrative aspects, but like the setting for this game is really, really cool. And I like how the setting is realized throughout what happens in the game. I just think the dialogue bits are clunky and kind of unnecessary. It's my general opinion that the more narrative you sprinkle over or inject into a Metroid experience, the worse it becomes. I'm happy for there to be a cool backstory at the intro. I'm happy for there to be a cool ending. I'm happy for there to be set pieces and cool moments in the game that, like, there should be. But to stop the game, to have people talk feels, for me, like not at all what I'm looking for in this style of game. Yeah, that's true. Like even the premise of the whole fusion thing with the suit and like the like, I like that it's going for some of those slightly more out there sci-fi concepts, as opposed to, you know, this space warrior in a spacesuit shoots aliens. I mean, I don't mind that. I think that's cool, but I think it's equally cool, if not cooler, not the specifics of what's in the premise of this game, but the fact that they decided to go in such a, like, on a different direction. I think that's really cool. This part, though, I don't know. Does Samus suspect anything? No, I do not think so. Good. Monitor her closely. Affirmative. Ow. Like... like, conspiracy, mystery shit just seems... like, even if it's not terribly done, like, it's just... not really what I come for these types of games for. Or I shouldn't even say these types of games, for these games specifically. Sector 6 knock. But I mean, I like how, like, the kind of excuse the game has for these vastly different areas. There's like this research lab base with these like very different biomes. I think that's cool. I mean, I was impressed with AM2R being able to create such different areas, which I assume are a little more different from each other than they would have been in Metroid 2. But even so, like, I think that was really cool. And there's a bunch of them too. That's definitely something Zero Mission is lacking, because by being faithful to the original, like, it's got Brinstar and it's got Norfair, and then it's got kind of Ridley and Kraid as their own areas, but they're like Brinstar 2 and Norfair 2. But here we get like much more distinct, different areas. And the thing about Super, I guess, is like, I like the ghost ship, but Meridia fucking sucks. It's different, but it sucks. Like, the game becomes significantly less fun once you get to Meridia. Have I played Prey? I have not. I bought the game at some point a few years ago, and I guess it's probably on Game Pass now. I don't know. Like, I like Harvey Smith. He seems like a cool guy, and I feel like I respect a lot of what Arcane are trying to do with certain games, but I don't know if I'm really gonna enjoy it. I mean, I bought it with the intention of at some point playing it. I have a hypothetical interest in it, at least, but I'm not sure if it's... I don't feel confident that I would enjoy it, I guess. But, you know, the reason I haven't gotten to it is not anything particular. It's more that I've got so many other games. At some point, sure. To clarify, I didn't mean specifically... that's a fair point. I didn't specifically mean Harvey Smith in relation to that game. I don't know who worked on it, but what I mean is, like, I've kept a vague sort of eye on Arcane stuff, and like even Deus Ex and its sequels, like there's definitely I'm intrigued from a game design kind of theoretical standpoint with a lot of the concepts that goes into games like those. His was just the name that came to mind. Like, I keep hearing nothing but amazing things about Deathloop, and that was a game I didn't think I would be interested in, because I didn't realize what the game was. I don't think anyone really realized what the game was until it came out. I mean, I'll be waiting to play it. I don't have a PS5, so I'll play it either when it's on Game Pass or if I get a PS5, I guess. But that sounds really, really fascinating too, because it's the scale of it, like, I don't know, it seems cool. But like, I never was able to get into Dishonored. I played a little bit of one of them. I think it was on Game Pass, and I played it on Xbox One, I think, and immediately, like, the joystick control, or like the pad control and the 30 FPS or whatever, like, made it super hard to control, almost nauseating. And it was one of those things where I wasn't immediately hooked at all by the premise or the visuals or the setting or anything like that, but it's like, well, there might be a mechanically compelling game in here. But I couldn't get past any of that, so I guess that's the thing about Prey 2. The aesthetics of it aren't compelling to me. But the reason I would be interested in playing it is more about the game mechanic stuff that I've heard. I mean, I've heard people talk about that game as being very compelling. So, it's one of those things where there's a vague promise of something down the line that I think might appeal to me, but I can't really see what it is, and I can't really, like, I'm putting faith into it that there will be something that's going to grab me eventually. And if there's nothing on the surface that's grabbing me, and the only thing that's like pulling me in is this like vague promise, it's going to be a little bit of a tougher sell, and it's going to be a little bit like, I'm going to be a little more hesitant to dive in, I guess. Hard to imagine me playing an FPS. Well, I mean, I used to play a ton of FPS games back in the day, but definitely it's not something I'm like, I mean, I guess I don't know if I would describe that as an FPS per se, but having not played it, I guess. But I mean, I love the shit out of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal was like one of the best games of last year. But I didn't play it on stream. But I think it's like, I would say it's not unfair to say that, like, from a very broad, like, visual presentation standpoint, the first person perspective is not something that is in itself appealing to me. Obviously, that's not going to be the only issue, or like the only factor that matters, but you know, sometimes you have certain aspects of a game where, regardless of what any other part of the game is like, if this one certain thing is present, it's either going to always be a plus to you, or it's always going to be a minus to you. Like, any game that is like a live game as a service kind of thing, like, it's that the presence of those kind of mechanics will always kind of come across as a minus to me. You know, there's certain things like that. RPG leveling up systems are like kind of always a negative to me. There's not to say that there aren't games that I love despite having those kinds of things, and there are games that do those things really well, but just like on its surface, when I'm presented with that kind of thing, it's going to be like, and I wouldn't say I'm like inherently greatly opposed to a first-person camera perspective, but I would say, if I had to say whether a first-person perspective pulls me into a game or pushes me away from it, I'm certainly closer to saying that it pushes me away from it. So it's yeah, like, I guess I prefer seeing a character on screen versus the first-person perspective. But it's more, I guess, that, like, talking about Prey, like, there's a kind of a horror vibe to it, which I'm not really into. It's got, like, the Apple Store iPod space corridors, which I don't really care for. I guess there's monster stuff, like, that doesn't have, like, cool monster designs. I don't know. But again, it's more about the seeming kind of mechanical depth of systems interlinked, because I am a fan of, like, systemic design. I think that can be super interesting. Having, like, parts of game interact with each other to generate these kind of emergent interactions. Like, I think that's super fascinating, and I think that's what those games do well. But I think, from what I've heard of it, Deathloop, the setting and the vibe of that game, I wouldn't even say that's, like, super my thing, but it's more appealing to me, more novel and more interesting than the setting of Prey, at least, like, from my vague kind of perception of it. But yeah, I mean, I basically kind of grew up on FPS games. I mean, I played a lot of different stuff too, but I, like, between, I would say 1995-ish to, like, 2003. Well, I guess I got my Dreamcast in, like, '01, but, like, from the mid-90s to, like, the mid-2000s, like, I primarily played games on PC. I played a lot of emulators, but I also played a lot of FPS games. Before that and after that, but there were a lot of periods where I was super heavily into first-person shooters, but as I got more into console gaming again in, like, the mid-2000s, as I got into collecting older games, as I got into arcade games, I kind of drifted away from PC gaming in general, and I kind of lost interest in a way, you could say, with FPS games, I guess. But I mean, I played Overwatch a lot when that came out. I really liked like Call of Duty 4. Actually, I liked the Call of Duty games before that too. So, like, I don't know. I mean, we played Rogue Warrior on stream, I don't know, 2 years ago. That shit was a blast. So I'm not opposed to it, but the thing is, like, with modern first-person things, they tend to also overlap with, like, being these behemoths of, like, these large AAA things, and it's more that aspect that don't, you know, that doesn't really appeal to me. But yeah, like, I'm a big fan of machine games. I like the Wolfenstein games. I still haven't played Youngblood, which I hear wasn't as good as the other ones, but I want to check it out. I'm super intrigued with what they're going to do with Indiana Jones, but I hope that there's another proper third Wolfenstein at some point as well. Fragmental Stew, what is up? Am I playing Fusion for 2 weeks until Dread comes out? Nah, we're kind of dipping in and out of Metroid. We've been playing the other games here and there with some palate cleansers in between. So we're playing this now, and we're not finishing it tonight. Maybe we'll finish it on Monday, we'll see. But we'll finish it with enough time to play some other games before Dread comes out. Anyway, that was an interesting chat. How about we play some Metroid? Alright, the Various Suit DLC, ready to go. Gotta go to the data room, but there's a problem. X from the Sub-Zero sector are in Sector 6. And they've been changed by the cold. If you absorb one, you'll be frozen from within. Seems like a deliberate tactic. Okay. Just be extra careful. So, everything kills you in this game really hard. And in this area, the health drops also kill you. You stunned them, okay. Objective is clear. Thank you very much. Hunting you actively. Alright. It's very dark. Oh, goddamn. Like, the dark shit, that's the worst. Oh, we've been doing okay so far. Are we at max missiles? I think we probably are. Like, if we're at full health, we probably gotta recharge. It's not like the other games where you tend to spend most of the game at full health anyway. See, like, I took one hit, and that took off, like, fucking 50, 60 damage. Crazy. Oh, okay. So maybe this is just to let me know there's a missile there, which, good to know. Dark, okay. Well, I guess it's dark, but it's launched GBA dark, so it's not too bad. Thank you for the follow, saying it. Appreciate it. Got our extra screen shake missiles. See, like, I'm of two minds of it because I don't like the overly verbose descriptions and explanations of everything. But at the same time, like, I appreciate the build-up. Like, there's a degree of anticipation and fear, frankly, like having to deal with these assholes. And they fucking do a shit ton of damage too. Of course they do. Holy shit! Like, look at my fucking life bar. Oh my god! I was looking at chat. What a fucking jerk. I mean, that was pretty great, though. But yeah, figures there'd be something, a real thing here. See, now I gotta fucking shoot power-ups every time. God damn it. Ah. So those ice things are probably back here. Yep, they sure are. And missiles don't help, and doing that doesn't help. Yep, okay. Well, that's valuable research. It means stay the fuck away until we got the Varus suit. That one missile upgrade is not gonna make a meaningful difference until then anyway. I really don't need to go down there, but I guess I just wanted to uncover the map. We'll grab this one, though. No Samus Returns? Nope. I don't have a 3DS or any means of playing 3DS games, and I figured AM2R was the most accessible and most appealing way to play any version of Metroid 2, so that's what we did. And it was rather excellent. I was never interested in... Okay, well, we probably can come back here later, too. I was never interested... Well, I shouldn't say interested, but I never had an intention of doing a comprehensive look at every Metroid game. I just wanted to kind of play some Metroid games and gain some frame of reference for Dread. And, fuck, there's like weirdly hard to hit. And part of the reason for that is, or like part of, oh, don't say I need to. Oh, you still can't run through them when you stun them, of course. Part of the reason I wanted to be a little more selective about what I played anyway was because I... I didn't want to risk, like, feeling really fatigued with playing a ton of games. Like, playing these 4... seemed like a reasonable warm-up, and I think it's been successful because I've had fun with each of them. I've been able to appreciate their differences and similarities, and if anything, I've gotten more excited to play Dread. I think all 4 of these games are great. I think, I mean, I guess I would have to... I'd have to play a little bit more of this before I can give a final verdict on it. Even that is... I thought I would, like, that would fill me up with, like, energy to spare, but I guess not. Alright, there we go. In terms of recommending, like... I think, like, playing the original NES and Game Boy Metroid 1 and 2, I could have, yeah, this would have given me full health, whatever. since I haven't played those really, certainly not, you know, in recent memory, I couldn't really tell you what playing those games is like. My impression was that they would be a little uninviting. And I felt personally I would have less fun, probably. Because I do remember having attempted to play both those games. Not in any recent memory. Yeah, there we go. But I remember starting Metroid and Metroid 2 and falling off both of them. Shit. Like jumping around, but I think she left. Yeah, I don't want to get too comfortable getting close to her. Oh, I guess I probably could have snuck after here and seen it or whatever, but we could hear her jump. That's pretty cool. Yeah, like I remember trying to play Metroid 1, you know, not having any maps or anything, just kind of getting a little frustrated with it, because it's, you know, it's pretty rough goings in the beginning. You have no health, your shot goes like a meter in front of you and all that stuff. And Metroid 2, I just remember, I mean, I didn't get anywhere in it. I just like kind of booted it up and immediately was a bit put off by the scale and everything. I've heard, and especially, I guess, to a degree, having played AM2R also, my impression is a little bit different in terms of how, well, civilized you say as it is. But I think going in blind, without a map and guide and stuff, it might be... Being used to the later games, like, it's probably a little bit of a... takes a little bit of an adjustment, I would guess. But for me, like, I wanted to play through the games in kind of a sort of chronological, like, Metroid 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, you know? Not chronologically in terms of games release, of course, but just the story, whatever. Not that the story matters, but just, you know, playing through them in some order. And I think it's been fun. I think it makes it's an order that makes sense, as good as any. I feel like if I had played Samus Returns instead of AM2R, the experience of playing that would have really stood out. I mean, AM2R still stands out quite a bit, but it also builds a lot of its aesthetics and controls and mechanics on Zero Mission. I think the only kind of negative thing, if you could even call it that, of playing these games in this order, is that Super Metroid, I think, under any circumstances, has kind of clunky controls. But if you play Zero Mission first, which I think has better controls, and then you play AM2R, which like improves on that, it feels great. You have a button for morph balling, like it's excellent. The controls are like perfect. And then from that to Super, like it's I press the wrong buttons like 80% of the time whenever I try to switch weapons or shoot diagonally. And that was kind of a frustrating experience. It's still an awesome game. I loved it, but that kind of sucks. I do actually vaguely recall hearing something about a ROM hack that it does some kind of quality of life control stuff to Super Metro. I'm not sure if it's like brings it in line with Zero Mission or how it works, but I'd be curious to look into that. But yeah, I mean, AM2R just blew me away. I think it's an absolutely incredible game, and if you're a fan of Metroid, I feel like you kind of owe it to yourself to play it, because it is just fantastic, super duper well done, and just an amazing experience from start to finish. Like, it was such a different, having no familiarity with Metroid 2, it was really fascinating, and ever since I played it, like, it's really made me want to, if not play, at least learn more about the other versions of Metroid 2 to get a better sense of how they differ from each other, and like what parts of AM2R are awesome because they were awesome in Metroid 2, and which are awesome because they are brand new, I guess. So I would absolutely recommend playing that game regardless. But maybe you can hold off. Like maybe play Dread when it comes out if you're going to play that, and then if that's not great, you at least have AM2R to play instead. I'm going to take another short break. It's been a while. I think it's high time to do a little stretch and all that stuff. I'll be back in a couple of minutes with more Metroid Fusion. We're going to download some new armor finally. See you guys in a little bit.
Friendship.
All right. I return. Icarus gave us some sweet dulcet saxophone tones while I was away. Thank you for that. What is up? Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, I think like you could definitely. I mean, the original Metroid is I think maybe clunky and unwelcoming by modern standards, but it is still a pretty small game by modern standards. So I guess like there's an amount of tedium involved, but you could absolutely map it out. And I think at the time, I think that would have been considered an exciting aspect of the game. The fact that it's kind of unknowable and mysterious and you have to map it out. Like today we think of that as an inconvenience, but I think originally it's kind of part of the appeal. The fact that it's something so kind of mysterious and complex that it isn't immediately obvious where to go and what to do. That can have its own appeal. And I wouldn't even say that it's fully like archaic. Well, I guess it's kind of archaic, but it's not necessarily obsolete game design. It's just very unwelcoming. And I think there are probably people who still think that is awesome. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are people who feel like that's their favorite Metroid because of it. But that's not me. But yeah, having saves instead of passwords definitely make it a little more palatable, I suppose. Then again, FDS games have pretty horrible load times for the most part, so it's maybe it's a blessing and a curse, I guess. Alex Kidd, yeah. Are there good Alex Kidd games? I guess some of the Master System games, their other ones are considered decent. I'm not a big fan, but they do have some nice music though. All right, we're close to the data room. Finally, we can download some insulation to our suit. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I shouldn't shoot those things because they contain those guys. Well, fuck me. Well, whatever. Miracle World is playable, but it's like combat sucks. The level design isn't very good. I don't know, like it's playable, but it's not any fun. Cool. I just fucks off too. But I guess did he absorb the DLC? Probably. I feel like that's probably what's going on. This, even on the map, this looked like a boss room. This fucking durian spinning around. Oh. Okay, I actually did hit him. Or did I? Okay, I think I broke those things with a charge shot. Weirdly, I'm like not taking a billion damage. So there's got to be more to this. Actually, I have room to maneuver here at least. But this thing is hurting me more. And coming at me with an angle, like, doesn't allow me to jump. Okay, that's still, that's like weirdly threatening towards the end, but we got there. Pretty cool effect. Oh, this looks weird though. This definitely looks like a weird alternate color palette. Even more so than the gravity suit, which, I mean, obviously it is a color palette, but like... I don't know, the weird, like the yellow is kind of greenish, which is fine. But then the orange has, like, it's a weird hue shifting going on, where it's like yellow, green, orange, red, and purple at once. It's kind of a weird look. Yeah, for sure, like, clearly, you know, the... Oh, I still can't... Well, actually, I can... Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't kill them. It's like, oh yeah, right. Well, they're X. It's fine. Like, the FDS was just kind of a weird thing. And some games were, like, more compromised than others in their cartridge transition. But the I can't remember Metroid specifically, but like Zelda and Castlevania, for example, they had cartridge versions in Japan too. Okay, well, I guess we're redoing this. That came later, like reissues, because I think the cartridge version of Zelda came out in like '91 or something. Because the FDS was not super long-lived. It like, it did its job. It was good. Like, they were able to put out games cheaply and everything. But because the FDS didn't really have the sort of expandability of the cartridge, like, you couldn't add additional hardware inside a disc. It kind of outlived its usefulness within, like, a pretty short period of time. So it probably, like, I want to say, I could be wrong about this, but I think the first Castlevania got a cartridge re-release, but Castlevania 2 did not. I think it's only on FDS in Japan. But I'm not sure. But, like, so that game too, that has, you can save in Castlevania 2, in the disc system version. But that one also very infamously has, like, horrible load times on every screen transition, so probably not the version you want to play. If you want to play that game at all, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Weird gas. Like, holy shit, enemies deal so much damage. Like, I feel like in... especially these little popcorn enemies or whatever, like... I feel like I'm used to basically being able to... if I'm taking a hit, I'll kill 2 other enemies. Well, these... okay, they help heal me a bit. And I'll basically make all the health back. But here, you get hit once, and you have to get, like, 8 health drops. Okay, we didn't miss anything obvious here, but there are these other rooms with the Ice X we skipped before. And yeah, it's fun that they... I think it's kind of neat, the whole X thing in general, like, they kind of fly around different ways. Which again, like, can make it harder to even collect drops, because the drops, like, fly away and shit. I still instinctively shoot at them. I think the warping effect when they, like, transform back to X is neat. Oh, okay. But it can make it a little ambiguous as to if an enemy dies or not. Does the game feel like it came out before Zero Mission? In a way, yes, because that was the first thing I noticed when I first booted it up, that I was expecting it to feel identical, and it doesn't. It's, like, close enough, and at this point, I don't really, like, notice any distinct difference, necessarily. But it's not quite the same in terms of physics and movement. I think probably the ledge grabbing is the stuff that feels the most different. I couldn't specify exactly how it's different. It just feels a little more demanding and a little more finicky. I think, actually, come to think of it, that Zero Mission lets you shoot from a ledge, but this doesn't. Like, I can press left to jump left. That's the only thing I can do. Whereas if I'm on a ladder, I can aim and shoot. I can do this. And I think, like, I'm guessing that Zero Mission lets you shoot from ledges based primarily on the fact that I instinctively felt like I should be able to do it in this game, and it felt confusing when I realized that I couldn't. I don't know if that is why, and I don't know if that's the case, but that's my hypothesis. But just the running and movement... it just feels ever so slightly different. It's one of those things where, in my mind, in my memory, these two games were essentially identical in terms of how they handled. And playing them in... not back-to-back, but like I played Zero Mission somewhat recently. But even then, like, my recollection of how that game feels... might be colored by the fact that I also played AM2R and then also Super Metroid in between. So I guess I don't really know. But also, even the differences, like the ledge grabbing is a little clunkier. Like the speed booster speed is slower. There's like, you know, Super Metroid has a lot of acceleration in the running. This game, not so much, and Fusion also, or Zero Mission also not so much. But it's still, something about it in my mind feels a little smoother in Zero Mission, but it's very slight differences. And to answer your question for real though, like, you know, Zero Mission is so much more familiar, like, because it's all based on the original, and Super Metroid kind of was also. This feels so vastly different that I think it would not be too difficult to convince someone that, like, Zero Mission came first and it was like the, you know, the safer, simpler game, and then they kind of expanded for the next game, which was this one. Like, they're not so different, and they're not so, like, this does not feel clunky in comparison to the point where you feel like, oh yeah, it makes sense that, you know, they refined everything greatly for Zero Mission. They maybe refined some things very slightly. But ultimately, they both feel good, and I think they both feel better than Super Metroid. Because that controls in that game are kind of weird. Try doing Samus's pose, shooting from a ladder. Nah, I'm not built that way. How did that X download the Variasuit data? This doesn't seem to make any sense at all, unless the X have the ability to process data organically. At any rate, you have the Variasuit data. Now you'll be protected from extreme temperatures. More importantly, the SAX will no longer be able to freeze you, so you can escape easier. Still too weak, that thing is too much for you. Currently have no way of damaging it. Well, that would be helpful. My simulations indicate that a penetrating weapon like the plasma beam might work. It's actually kind of interesting, come to think of it, that this fully powered up Samus suit, like, it doesn't have the gravity suit, which you would think, but I guess they wanted to make it look like the more iconic version of Samus. Developing modification data will take the HQ some time, though. There's also a chance that you may be able to restore your plasma beam by absorbing a large core X, as you did with the charge beam function. As for restoring ice beam functionality, I doubt it. Current cellular makeup would reject that addition. Therefore, HQ has developed an ice missile. Oh, I do kind of remember this now that I see it. And I think it's cool. Like, they're coming up with a, I think, perfectly valid excuse to kind of mix things up a little bit and have different power-ups. I like it. Because that's the thing too, I guess, with like Zero Mission, that you end up with, like, it's just the same stuff, and there's like less stuff because the gravity suit and power bomb just show up at the very, very, very end of the game. So this ends up, I mean, so far things haven't been too different. I mean, yes, a lot of things have been very different, but in terms of your like upgrade tree or whatever, not so much. But it's kind of cool, and like again, they're kind of when the lore stuff has an impact on the game mechanics in a smart way. I really like that a lot, and that's the like. I'm not interested in being told the story of the Metroid DNA fucking with Samus, making her weak to ice or whatever, but the concept of it is very cool, and how it's expressed through gameplay by making you vulnerable to ice and like the ice beam no longer being compatible. Like that is a very cool concept. I really like that. Maybe the gravity suit fucks things up when she goes into space. Yeah, maybe, who knows. Maybe she disables it before leaving. Yeah, like Zero Mission is a very, like, it's a very small game in some ways. Like, it's, I mean, it's realistically, it's maybe not smaller than some other Metroid games, but because, like, compared to Super Metroid, they take place in the same location, but Super Metroid has more variety in locations because it has, you know, the Ghost Ship and Meridia and shit, which aren't in Zero Mission. I guess Zero Mission has, like, the Chozo Ruins or whatever, but that's, like, not really an area. And even the Space Pirate ship is, like, not that interesting. There's fewer bosses, there's fewer upgrades, because, like, again, I mean, I don't miss the grapple beam, really. I don't miss the X-ray vision. I don't miss, like, some of the stuff that comes with that. And, like, the power bomb, frankly, is not a power-up that's, like, super fun to use. I mean, obviously, the blowing up the glass tunnel is, like, top 10 coolest moments of all time, but, like, as an ability, is not very fun to use because it takes time and it's tedious and it's slow and it's just, I don't know, the interaction between the bomb and what's happening in the world is not that exciting. So, like, yeah, there's a little bit of tedium, arguably, that's stripped away from Zero Mission compared to Super, but there's nothing really there to replace it. They didn't, like, come up with a bunch of new abilities or new stuff. So, by comparison, this game has, like, maybe not a ton of new abilities, at least not yet, but the experience really does not end up feeling that similar. And I think I wouldn't necessarily say that that Super or Zero Mission, like, that either one makes the other obsolete. They're both still fun games. But in terms of, like, ideas and abilities and ways of interacting with the game world, there's not that much cool, new, interesting things in Zero Mission for sure. I mean, this game even has, like, the ladders and the ledge grabbing and stuff, which at the time was, like, you know, makes the navigation feel different for sure. Yeah, like the power bomb. Yeah, it's slow, and it's like the explosion is slow, and it's like, if it was easier to use and it had a practical purpose, like, I guess technically there are rooms where it will clear out enemies in a way that might be helpful. But you never kind of really end up using it. And even every time you do end up using it, just, like, sitting there waiting for 2 seconds for it to explode, like, you'll get hit by something, and it's just like, ugh. Like, even when it's not directly, like, tedious or, like, hassle to use it, it's like, under the best of circumstances, I guess that one thing you can do to blow up the thing, like, that's cool. But, you know, in a way, it brings to mind a little bit what I was saying about like, hang on, can I? No, I can't look at the other areas, but I guess we'll probably come back to it. But there's areas where there were heat rooms, which I guess we would be equipped to deal with now, but we'll follow the instructions here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it brings to mind my experience with Lords of Shadow, Mirror of Fate, where that game has a lot of problems, but one of the major problems in terms of, like, design philosophy of the game is that you have abilities and you have, like, locks and keys, and you have keys that unlock doors in a figurative sense by giving you some kind of ability but a vast majority of them are only used like contextually. Like in Metroid, you get the wave beam, or you get the missiles, or you get the morph ball, or you get the bombs, and like every single one of them you use for all kinds of things. Like the bombs aren't that useful in combat, but you use them constantly. You use them for like finding, like discovering which blocks are breakable, to figure out how to break a block. You use them for other things beyond specifically bombing a block to get through that little gap, you know? But the super missile, by comparison, or sorry, not super missile, the power bomb is almost exclusively used when you find a place where you have to use the power bomb. Like, because it's so clunky to use, even if it is powerful, and I'm saying even if because I don't really know, but even if it is powerful, you're not ever like its awkwardness means that you're not incentivized to use it. And I think it kind of, for a power-up that came back in so many games, I think it stands out. Like the grappling beam, of course, is like primarily useful where there's a grappling thing, but you can like grapple enemies. You can use it to, you can like pick up health with it and stuff like that. Like it has uses. Even something like that has uses beyond specifically. Like you are able to use it in other places. And I mean, yeah, you're able to use the power bomb too, but why would you want to? So like I think it stands out as a weak power up in that sense. Even like if using the power bomb, like if it exploded instantly, if you like press the button and the bomb went off, like that would be nicer, because it's like that would eliminate even like the 1 second wait for a regular bomb. That might even make me use it more often than regular bombs sometimes, because it's just tedious to wait for them. But yeah, as it is, the power bomb is just too unfun to use, in my opinion. Anyway, we need to download Ice DLC for our missiles, but as you might expect, it's secured, so we gotta unlock yellow doors. Experiment with those new missiles, it'll be helpful. Yeah. Weakness, the fact that the ice beam, despite the fact that ice beam works on things that don't necessarily seem weak. Well, I mean, I guess the ice beam works on everything. The Metroids are a little bit unique in that they are, I mean, I guess the ice, well, we don't have the full picture, but I guess like in terms of how you interact with Metroid enemies, the ice is never going to kill them, but the ice is what lets you kill them. But we're you know, I guess they're susceptible to ice the way they're not susceptible to anything else, really. And maybe that's just enough to make Samus... Alright, that's a super missile, I think, right? Nope, it's just a missile. Oh, I guess we have super missiles, duh. It looked like a little secret thing. Maybe we're meant to... Well, whatever. Okay, we're gonna freeze those guys to jump up there, so... Well... Oh, okay. Well, whatever. There might have been a door on the left, but... Fine. So, I mean, you can freeze stuff, but... The Metroids, I guess, have some kind of susceptibility to it, where in the case of Samus's version of that, it translates to her being extra vulnerable to it, I guess. I mean, I don't care about the logic of it. It's an interesting idea. That's good enough for me. Wow, the morph ball looks really weird. Pretty cool. Like, we've had hot areas in Metroids, but an icy area? That's pretty new. So I take it the red doors, it's gonna be like fully endgame collecting shit. Ah, of course. Well, this is interesting. I guess we, Oh, never mind. Dude, I keep getting everything fucking confused. We need the security room first. And then behind that door. Because I keep thinking that the data room is going to give us the missile, but... Or the DLC, but no. Or... Dude, I'm even confusing what I'm trying to say. I keep thinking that we need the D room to find the... to unlock the doors, but no, it's to get the DLC. Okay. Yeah, I guess we don't know exactly... I mean... With the Varia upgrade in this game, where, like, it protects us against ice just as it protects against... Or protect against cold as it protects against heat. And, yeah, as you say, like, we don't know that that wasn't the case previously. It just didn't, like... Didn't come up, you know? But yeah, I think overall, like, the enemies are really, they hurt you really bad. But, you know, whether with charge shots or just rapid fire and missiles, like, they go down pretty quickly. I feel like there's a lot more enemies in other Metroid games that are just, like, significantly more tedious to deal with than in this game. Like, it keeps a pretty snappy pace. I'm gonna blow up the whole thing, yeah. Even charging the charge shot feels like it faster. But maybe I'm saying that because I never used it in the other games. Like, some of these areas, like, they're kind of whatever in terms of the aesthetics. Like, this is just, like, generic space. You know, hallway. So, like, not every single room or area is super interesting to look at, but the fact that they're all kind of different is cool. And the fact that... okay, I guess I just... Oh, no, I see. I have to let it grow so I can run on top of it. After I freeze it with the freeze missile, maybe? No, hang on. Okay, there's a door we didn't go into. Did I just skip it, or was it blocked off somehow? Ah! What's the room I skipped at the very beginning? This shit ain't gonna work. No, I mean, every door that's locked has a... You'll see the locked door on the map. I'm talking about the, well, the hallway above the save room. That would not have been locked with the level 3 door, but it could have been blocked some other way. But, you see the very first hallway, we dropped, like, I went through a secret door, but there's those, like, there's 2 single screen rooms down there. Okay, well, on the other hand, if I came down this far, can't get back up, so... And if you can't get back up, you cannot be... Well, if you can only get back up with, like, a wall jump or whatever, then you're clearly not required to go back up. Okay, good. Because I figured, like, surely they wouldn't... I figured that single room would probably not be anything more than a missile or something. Which, I don't know if that's true, but... At least we don't have to go back there right now. Oh, well, we can't go back there, in fact, so... There we go. I like that animation, the light, like, flashing through her suit. Yellow hatch is now active. Okay. So now we can go get the DLC. Probably have to deal with some other shit on the way there, if I had to guess, though. Oh, maybe this will just take us back there for some convenient... Oh, come on. Maybe I should have stunned it so I could catch up with it. Should have known. I wonder if the X that, like, attaches itself to, or, like, spawns new enemies or whatever, like, I wonder if that's all predetermined, or if you can prevent it from happening by collecting it faster. Well. Convenient? This is behind a one-way door, right? Oh, it's one of those things, right, okay. So we didn't actually get to the door, but we probably have to blow... Well, anyway, because that looks different from the previous one, I'm sure we're gonna need an ice missile. Yeah. So we can go down... We're probably not gonna have much reason to go back down here afterwards. Well, actually, that's not true, because there's another door on the bottom. Well, fuck it, let's go up then. Get the DLC. Yeah, it seems like in some rooms, like, when you had those, the growing pillar thing, it kind of seemed to me that it was... that I couldn't even collect it. But in other rooms, it seems like when I kill a pile of enemies and just stand in it, I collect everything before anything, like, respawns enemies or something. Still unclear. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm a big fan of how... I guess you don't shoot those stars. How much they've streamlined everything, like, it's just the same missile for everything. Like, I think that's very nice of them. I think swapping between the two missile types in Zero Mission is not a big deal. It's fine, but kind of cool. Like, again, it feels kind of bold to go that far. Whoops. Air control? A little bit tricky. Oh, can I jump that far? Oh, I can. Thank you. Ominous looking room, yeah. Is it hiding an energy tank, though? Good. Giving me something else after teasing me with that would be a bit of a dick move. I mean, that's already a bit of a dick move as it is. Yeah, mimics. It's like a... Feels perfectly, like... at home in Metroid, but you're still like, oh, whoa, I've never seen that before, you know? Okay, there was an ice dude up there, but... Rip, I guess. Dude, like... I'm really impressed with the level design in this game, because so there's like... Every now and then there's a little something like that. It's just like... Hang on a second. And it's like... Yep, there's something there. However, it does appear that maybe we need the space jump, or we're expected to come from above. I just feel vindicated that my instinct that there was something about that little alcove proved accurate. Even if nothing came of it. Right. Oh, shit, I could shoot... Well, whatever. Yeah, so we're down here anyway, and now we've learned that we can freeze these. Means we can get through that other room. Which was... where exactly? That's above me, right? It has to be. Okay. Yep. Oh, wait, hang on. I was like, wait, are these rooms connected or not? See, like, I don't think I could collect that one. Alright, there we go. I guess that was... Wait, was that just to get back here? I guess so. Unless... You never know. Yeah, it's interesting, like, in, I mean, I'm sure I would, in any of the previous games, I would have missed stuff without realizing I missed it, but Zero Mission in particular, I feel like, has so much stuff, like, so many collectibles that you can see, either on the map or, like, physically on the screen, without letting you collect them, some of which are very kind of finicky about... Oh, interesting. I guess I go back through the data room. Okay. But here, like, it's much... There's so many fewer things that kind of advertise them being there. Alright, let's regain a little bit of health here. There we go. Yeah, you use missiles. Yeah, overall, like, there's a lot of subtle and not so subtle, minor and not so minor tweaks to how certain things kind of work or interact that I think are... interesting. Oh, fucking hell. So I still can't... Huh. Maybe there's a way... that would maybe make sense. To the left of that save room over there. Yeah, the way I got shuttled back through the save... Like... But then again, I could get back... Oh, I'm so confused. That speed booster block... definitely seemed to prevent me from getting back that way. And that far right hallway definitely doesn't seem like it would help me. Well, let's try this way again. Well, I might as well save, because I think I got an upgrade, maybe? Yeah, like, overall, like, the puzzle design aspect of the level design in this is, like, really clever. Okay, now wait, did I... I guess maybe what? I can't, like... No. Maybe I fucked up by killing an enemy. No? Well, we're not getting through here, then, unless... Okay. Well, that kind of makes sense, because... In a way. I mean, I haven't figured out the solution yet, but... It kind of makes sense that we were shuffled back here. We can, take care of this thing. But the steps from here on out is what has me a little more confused. I wanted to get the health, but... So this appears to be the only way to get back in here. I guess I didn't check... No, I don't think we actually... Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we can go through here. Should've known. Like, anytime I do kind of get stuck, it just... All it takes is paying attention, being observant. And before you know it, the solution tends to present itself. Oh, okay. That was unexpected. I thought for sure this would be the solution. Okay, that was not what I expected. Well, I guess we got what we came for. Yeah, I'm curious what it says. Proceed to navigation room. Yeah, okay. Figures. Still a few nooks and crannies here that we didn't... Oh, boy. That we didn't explore. Here, I guess. There's obviously... Oh. There's that door, of course. It's also here. Item. Not a fake. Just double check that. Aha! Oh, that's interesting. I haven't even shine sparked once. That's interesting. I guess we're coming from the left? I cannot see any immediately obvious way of getting speed boost there. That is very intriguing. But also, I feel like it's probably safe to leave it for now. Well, there's an item here. Of course. Everything requiring power bombs. This is... Okay. This is bad, but also pretty sick. Sector 3 is that the hot one? I think so. But yeah, this game, like every good Metroid game, I feel, every now and then there's a set piece like this that like the game is... Enough of the game is formulaic and predictable and built on a grid and like following rules that are consistent and predictable, that it doesn't take an awful lot to subvert expectations, or even just like as soon as something happens that has a little bit of unique artwork to it, or sound design, or like a little animation of a creature, or even having a creature that only shows up in one place in the game, like those things really stand out. And I think this game has had interesting stuff with like bosses and creatures that kind of show up. We have the, you know, seeing the aftermath of SAX destroying doorways and shit. Like that stuff is really cool. And then this happens. Like it's not even the same thing that keeps happening. Yeah, it's really well done. And something I feel like is not necessarily done as often or as well in non-Metroid games of this kind. Air could melt down soon. Main boiler's cooling unit is malfunctioning. Easily destroy the entire research station, as it would likely trigger the auto-destruct explosives. Have about 6 minutes. Hurry to Sector 3 and access the control room inside of the main boiler room. Most of the system... Yeah, I keep chatting. It's hacked into the system control file. What impressive intelligence. You understand now? Can you please repeat this? But, I mean, it's pretty cool to have this shit, like, just in the middle of the game. Well, the middle. I don't know how far into it, but it's not the ending. I like that we get a helpful flashing light to indicate which sector we need to go to. Stop for a little chat. No. I said no. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, the systems are, like, disabled. That's what it said. But I guess they don't want you to fuck yourself over. Just fair enough. Okay, let's actually take a look at the map. Oh, it was probably a hot room down there. Yeah, it was. I remember now. So, presumably, we can go take care of this, and we're then kind of free to explore. So, just drop down. Speed booster? No. Oh yeah, there's a thing. Like these things, compared to the weird similar enemies in the speed booster thing, I'm pretty sure. In Super Metroid, the sprites for these ones look kind of ugly. Oh, I thought it was the wall, but sure. I have a sneaking suspicion that the timer is not that strict, all things considered. Unless we have to, like, fight a boss. You have to, like, press up to grab the monkey bars. But if you press up, like, when you're in midair, you kind of lose your momentum and start falling. It's kind of awkward. You have to, like, wait until you're right up next to them before you press up. Oh, you can't destroy them. Okay, I thought you could. Oh, whatever. Yeah, 4 minutes left. They're kind of ugly. Wait, the platform destroyed? Was there one there? Oh, there was. I didn't realize it would come back. Good thing I didn't jump a split second earlier. I guess it's just like a matter of HP. If that thing would have taken 3 missiles. Should have realized. They'll still take... They'll get frozen on the first one, but it'll still take as many. Some party trumpets here. Still, I do think the music in this game has been pretty decent. Not that it's surprising that Metroid has good music, but it's surprising to hear good music coming out of a GBA. I was thinking right at the beginning of the game, I don't necessarily feel like I'm in need of a remake of this game. Alright. Eyeball. Come on. I wouldn't necessarily be against it, but like I'd rather they make new games. This one is still fine as it is. But it would be kind of cool if there was like a remaster of sorts that just had like, well, but in the more literal sense of audio and video assets being like refined. I'm not even talking about like redrawing art, but like having audio and music in like full quality, and specifically the illustrations that are used for the cutscenes, because obviously they must exist in higher quality resolution somewhere. They're just limited by the GBA screen resolution. But having a game that's like, the game itself looked exactly the same, but like higher quality audio and the 2D artwork for the cutscene stuff being like in pristine high resolution. Like if this were to be released not as a like Nintendo Switch Online thing, but hypothetically, if something like the Castlevania thing that came up, right, the GBA collection, if they released this and Zero Mission as new releases, like maybe adapt the screen resolution to fit 16:9 1080p screens or something, but not necessarily redoing any art, but just like having the 2D art, the illustrations be like crisp. That'd be pretty sick. Cooling unit operational. Nice. Anything over here? Oh yeah, we got a new beam. It looks pretty goofy, doesn't it? I mean, it'll hit shit better, so I'll take it. So that's the wide beam, but the thing we were looking for... Well, I guess we weren't looking for it per se, but it was brought up, the plasma beam, as like something that would help us actually be able to damage SAX. It's kind of funny, those enemies normally died from one missile, but now one missile will freeze them, but they still require... You still can't kill them with your regular shot, so you actually have to shoot one more missile at them. Alright. Jump up to the ladder there, so that'll do. I mean, this area seems like it mostly created to be the gauntlet to get there. Doesn't mean there aren't any items here, of course, but... In order for there to be items, I would have to be able to transition to another screen, so let's quickly see if that's something we can do. Yeah, it looks a bit like the Gradius Ripple, but it... I don't know, something about the color... it just looks really janky. Like, all of the shots have looked kind of different in this game, which, I mean, it's kind of cool. It's whether they look good or bad, I appreciate them having the idea to, like, make things look different for the sake of looking different. Or, you know, for the sake of not being the same. If there's a distinction to be made there. Yeah. Alright, that works. I feel like it's one thing to not have any secrets in an area that you're only going to kind of go through for this kind of thing. But because we're being thrown back, like we're going back through it this way, it's just giving me like very slight suspicion that maybe there could be something here. Like, clearly there could be something down here, but I'm not equipped to explore that area right now. Well, I guess there isn't. Okay, well, there we go. I like the use of, like, all these kind of foreground filters and effects to give these rooms kind of different vibes. Is there anything beyond here? Also, I guess like the wide beam again. It's, I mean, there's a long beam in the first game. I think that was in Zero Mission too, because you get it after like 2 seconds. But I think the wide beam is new. I wonder if I could have... Well, whatever. We're not fully done here. Can I freeze this guy? Aha, that is enough. Interesting. Feels a lot harder to get lost. In a way, I guess. Like, yeah, you're not gonna get lost in, I guess, the more typical sense of, just wanted to double check. Health drain is actually not nearly as fast as... but I can freeze the dude who's just up there. So yeah, getting lost doesn't happen as often. Or like in like in AM2R, I would fuck around a fair amount here and there. Not sure if I should, you know, move forward where I was or had missed something in some other area, and pretty much every single time I was supposed to move on and hadn't missed something. But it gave me the option. I think this game, and at some points, probably gives you the option of taking another elevator to another area. But I think it's built in a way to prevent that and to kind of discourage a player from getting lost through their own, like, overthinking things and being like overly, like, I actually kind of respect that. Like, so far I think the so-called linearity or the kind of guided nature of this game has not really bothered me. I think possibly I could see how it might feel less compelling on this D-pad. Like that it might have a detrimental effect on like repeated playthroughs or something. How are these rooms connected? Oh, it looks like they're not, but go back up, I guess. Oh, okay, I see. There was a doorway there. But it hasn't, like... Oh, wait, that's not... Actually, I guess there is what I wanted to go. Well, either or would have worked. Okay. Cool, let's get to that hot room on the left then. But like in AM2R, for example, I mean, I think the map design of that was excellent, and it was cool that you have these like different areas that each in and of themselves, like each area is kind of a little bit sprawly, but not so bad, and you can kind of choose, like, knowing when you're in one area that you probably shouldn't, or you don't have to go outside that area to find whatever you need to find. Like, it worked out well. I didn't feel like I got too lost. Like, anytime I started backtracking too much and like started exploring a much wider area, I definitely felt like I was being silly. Like, anytime I went away, I was like, oh, okay, I'll go check this other area. It's probably not the right answer, but let's just check it. Like, I kind of went into it with that attitude, and it almost every time turned out, in fact, it was not what I was supposed to do. Yeah, let's see if we can figure this out here. Okay. an energy tank here, so that's going to be worth it. But let's see if I... how I even get to it. So this game, I think, has like... a different approach by like not even letting you maybe this is some kind of, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to wall jump through that gap. Maybe I'm not meant to come here without like space jump and shit. Did I just fucking hover by shooting? What just happened there? Like, when you shoot, it's like you... I mean, it's not gonna help me fucking float all the way over there or anything, but it looked funny. Like, what this game does, like, what you could call being linear, I think what it does is, like, it funnels you into the area that's relevant. And, sure, you could argue that it makes it, like, there's less exploration, or there's less, you know... the game is more strict about pushing you in one direction, and... that's not untrue, but at the same time, I think it, once you're in that space, the way everything is kind of designed, the way the environmental puzzles are designed, I feel like the exploration itself, the figuring out of where to go and how to get there, is actually really good. And arguably more interesting than it ever was in Super Metroid. Like, the bar is just a little bit higher for, like... I think the guidance that the game kind of applies to get you where you need to go in Super Metroid is very simple and very elegant and very well done in its own right. I do think some of this game's kind of instructions are definitely heavy-handed and a bit clunky, and I don't think those are necessarily better. But once you're past the instruction and are kind of left to your own devices, the stuff that from there on out, like, you have to figure out and find your way forward is really, really well done. And I think, like, yeah, I think that's true, and I think that probably always was true, that it's the dialogue and the writing that felt more awkward to me than the linearity. I can't begrudge anyone for feeling that it takes away something, but I guess consider it a different flavor. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that I like this better, or that that it's an improvement to the formula or whatever. But I think it's a different approach, and I think I mean, AM2R you could almost look at as kind of the best of both worlds, because it has that kind of clear delineation. You have a clear sense of progress within each area. It's just ambiguous and vague enough, and you have this kind of linear progression of the earthquake stuff happening. You can then, like, move on, or the landslide, whatever, lava falling away. But I'm liking this. I don't know if it's fair to say that I'm liking it more than I expected, but it's I think I was expecting to go into this finding a more distinct or clearer kind of sense of, oh, this formula is less interesting, or like I don't like this as much as the other games or whatever. But especially having AM2R as another point of reference, like if you only compare this to, you know, Zero Mission and Super Metroid, or even the original Metroid, this one really, really stands out. But AM2R, and probably by extension Metroid 2, shifts a little bit, like the sense of what a Metroid game can be, and this fits more neatly into that picture when AM2R is there to provide context, in my opinion. And as such, I feel like it's just a different approach, a different kind of twist on things that has its own strengths and weaknesses, I guess. And I think the game is it does a lot of cool things with the tone, and I think for as much as I dislike the verbosity of all this writing and dialogue, I do like I kind of wish, I don't wish that every single aspect of it was stripped out, because there is some cool parts like this. I just wish it was presented in a more elegant fashion. Anyway, the X mimicked a crew member. It all makes sense now. The X can absorb the memories and knowledge of their prey. What an astounding find. HQ was very impressed. But like, I don't know. It feels pretty... I mean, I guess taking inspiration from Alien is nothing new here, but like, we've seen the computer talk to shady executives or whatever. Like, clearly they're looking to weaponize this thing or whatever. Like, he's very, or he, Adam, I don't know, the computer is very excited about the abilities of SAX, which is, you know, maybe if they hadn't foreshadowed it, maybe it would be a twist. I don't fucking know. It's kind of silly. Mercenary Cobra, what's up? Welcome. It's gonna destroy the station with the X in it, not to mention the SAX. Usual for a self-preserving species like the X, unless your presence is an even greater threat, a threat to the existence of X elsewhere. This is only a hypothesis. See, it's like going on these extensive rants. See, in AM2R, there's a bunch of lore shit in the fucking audio logs and shit you find, but at least you can kind of skip that. This is very front and center and harder to... You can mash through it, but it's harder to ignore. Again, like, I think the concepts are cool. I just wish it didn't require all this text to communicate it. Major crewman you saw had survived until recently. Maybe there's a chance the signs emanate from here. Main elevator power... Okay, yeah, I guess that was disabled a while ago. Forgot about that. Yeah, I feel like Metroid ROM hacks is definitely an entire world that I'd be curious to explore at some point. I mean, I know there's weird, like, difficulty hacks to Super Metroid and stuff, but I'm sure people have made... I mean, I know of a few. I know I've seen them. Not that I know much about them, but I know there are, like, full-on, you know, kind of original games built out of NES Metroid and Super Metroid, I would assume. Like, for games that are so popular, I would fully expect there to be an entire scene of original hacks and games, but it's not something I've ever really looked into it. Yeah, I think this is a cool game for sure. Like, it's very different from other Metroids. I think it's not a mystery how or why it's considered a little bit of a black sheep. I don't think it's a strongly disliked game though. Like, I think probably most people who have played it in any kind of recent memory would probably agree that it's a good game. I don't even recall at the time, you know, there were complaints, people, you know, there were criticisms toward its structure and everything. But I don't think it was anything, you know, like Other M is a game that is widely disliked, and I don't think that was ever the case for this game. Huh, how about that? But I also well, so much for that. But I also think, I guess it's a game that many people maybe played back then and didn't bother playing again, or maybe didn't bother playing in the first place because they heard it was kind of weird. I mean, I don't think I would consider it my favorite. I think it is I guess I would struggle to think of any one Metroid game as my favorite because I like a lot of them for different reasons and in different ways. Yeah, I still can't deal with that thing. Okay. I guess maybe we need the plasma beam for that. Who knows? Yeah, calling it divisive I think is fair enough. I think you'd find more people putting this, like, more people than not, I would imagine, would put this over the NES and Game Boy games, just on, you know, account of feeling more modern and approachable. But I really appreciate the what this game does that just kind of makes it its own beast, you know? Oh shit, it's not what I meant to do. I have a feeling that this doorway is more for if I fall down there. Yeah. But like, it seems, yeah, I figured I'd have an easier time if I... do that. I mean, I wouldn't probably have... Hey, it's these guys. I would rarely, if ever, feel too compelled to, like, 100% any of these games or, like, do any crazy challenge runs. It's cool that the games allow for it, but... I'm happy to be more casual and... I have to drop down. No, that's... okay, well, it might still work fine. Okay, well, I guess we get a second shot here. There we go. But, you know, once every 20 or so years to just drop in and check these games out and have fun. Like, I'm glad, in a way, that it took this long for me to revisit this game, because... I don't remember any of it, which has made it more interesting, I think. Oh, I see. Yeah, the running in the speed booster is definitely a bit goofy. As opposed to... oh, yeah, this doesn't seem right. Okay, well, we got the missile. Yeah, the little animal friends, it's a neat little thing, but it's... not something I have strong, like, I don't care that much. But it's cool, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of a wink, nudge here. Okay, so, hang on. Are these guys gonna help me out here? Power bomb this window? Maybe... oh, wait, the switch doesn't make sense. Trying to teach me something here? I can... So, is there a switch? Okay, so, hang on. So the bottom, they're gonna, like, fall out. So I can't, like... what I'm thinking is, if I... can I shoot something to open this gate? But without leaving the screen to get back up there? That seems highly unlikely. Like, that might have opened it up, but... check for survival. Okay, maybe I've discovered that there are no survivors. Unless there's a... So this is the speed booster thing, right? We can get the speed booster here. Is that what I'm supposed to do here? Is that the hint? I mean, it's a way... It would be a way up there. I don't know. Okay, hang on. Let me see if... Yeah, see this... No, okay. I don't want to run on here. Because I'm pretty sure the thing below there will just drop me through. I guess I could... Fuck, I could have run across, which I probably can't do now. No, because I think you fall down... Well, okay. Seems... Yeah, these switches are not global anyway, so... Let me try that once more. Like, if that's what you're meant to do, that's, like, crazy. Because... How would you even know that that's a thing? There's not enough room here. Like, I don't even know, like, for all I know, if that's a thing, it could be like one tile wide. Let's double check. Okay, yeah, okay, so at least I know that I can't run into the corner. I mean, it said look for survivors, and I feel like we can kind of see that there are none, but there is also a thing that looks like a download thing there. That if that's a thing, I would like to see if... Okay, so I'm just gonna give this one more shot, basically. Okay. I feel like I've tried enough different spots that if I literally, like, missed the one spot that it is, that would be kind of crazy. I feel like it would be faster to find another navigation room. Although it still does say target. I mean, you just tried the... Yeah, let me go to the navigation room and see if it changes. It's saved, I guess. Well, whatever. Survivors might prefer... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what... If anything. Yeah, see, it's like 2 seconds to go back here. Okay. Well, let me do that, I guess. Yeah. This is not what I care about. Well, let's guard down yet. Bioscience. Yeah, bioscience, yeah. We don't actually get an instruction, per se. There's bioscience. Look for survivors. Maybe the control panel that looks like a download station is just for, like, opening the window or something. Not sure if letting them out is important or what that would do, but... We'll save. It's interesting in terms of the, like, item collecting and stuff. Because given that we don't have separate, like, we don't have separate super missiles to collect, we, as of yet, do not have any power bombs to collect. I mean, I'm sure that'll be a thing, but... we have a lot of missiles. I mean, fairly plenty, at least. I press up and just interact with these guys. But it doesn't, like, it's hard to get a sense of where I'm at, like, collecting wise. Like, it doesn't necessarily feel like... I haven't seen a lot of items that I missed. I've seen a couple of, like, powerbomb stuff, you know, blocks. But it's hard, like, in Super Metroid, I felt I had, like, 2 super missiles, whatever, like, and very few... Well, actually, I think I ended up getting a bunch of powerbombs. Did I go down here? I think I did, but yeah. So this isn't really... Slow ass missile. Oh, oh yeah, you can't ledge grab on monster, I guess. That doesn't make any sense. What was I trying to say? Can't even construct sentences. Something about collection rate items. Is that what I was talking about? Dude, I'm like, my brain is... I guess I've been playing for a while. So, like, I expect these guys to be giving me some kind of a hint. But I can't really parse... Okay, am I meant to have them... Are they, like, interacting with me somehow? Do I get one of them to hang from that one, and I get one to hang from this one? Yeah, maybe, like, maybe these are the switch to the door? But, I don't know... I don't know what I'm doing, if anything, to interact with these guys. It's just like all the way over here. Oh, maybe I can't run too far ahead? Something with the speed booster stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's like if there's something to do with this, it wouldn't be quite this obtuse. Remember if things were stupid. Oh, maybe we can... Try to do like one tile at a time, but it could also be that I'm supposed to fall down. There's something in the bottom left, maybe? Wait, hang on. Okay, I can see where the... Oh, maybe it's right in the middle here. Actually. I was gonna say, we should be able to reach that blocked... Oh, maybe not. Nope. It's down there? Oh, okay. That makes more sense than this, so... See, this... Yeah, there's... That is conspicuous. There we go. Like, looking at it, it's like, it is conspicuous, but... Oh. Oh, no, okay. I was gonna say I couldn't defeat that guy, but no, we made it. There we go. Gate opening. Some dramatic music. Fucking... It sounds a bit like the Predator theme. Like fucking rhythmic. I mean, just a little bit. Not this part, but the, like, percussion heavy bit. Shoulders all stiff. Alright. Well. save after that whole ordeal. But again, like every time I figure something out, like not once have I found a solution to something and felt annoyed that the game didn't telegraph things properly. Like it's super well done. I've met these intelligent beings. People like, oh, why? Samus got to drop the fucking Wikipedia page. I hate this shit. That's the worst part of this game. Like, literally have the exact same screen with just the artwork and the close-up and no text, and it would make the game better. Okay, well, I guess we'll go to the navigation room now. What I do wonder, I guess, is like, as far as item collecting stuff, how much of the game requires you to take like a second lap around the entire map to skirt, you know, to search for like every single little missile upgrade and whatever. I mean, I'm definitely not looking for 100% completion, but I'm curious like how much, like, because I am playing this quite differently from when I was playing Super Metroid, and I was just like going fast and like trying to pick stuff up along the way, but otherwise kind of skipping stuff. And I ended up with like 52% or something. I don't expect to end up with a super high percentage, and I don't know if I will do that much, like, doubling back to get stuff. But I'm curious if just my being a little more careful and perceptive and trying to find stuff and trying to search for stuff and finding stuff here and there, like, I'm curious what kind of percentage, like that, just having that approach without even doubling back too much, how much that will, like, what that will result in, I guess. Survivors were not human. Most unfortunate. Now confirm the deaths of all crew members. I imagined this was the case, but I'd hoped it wasn't so. Only affected from knowledge. Too weak for battle. Yep. I think they are evolving, growing stronger. Hearing that, resist your current weapons. Q anticipated this and sent Power Bomb. Have they done that already? Wait. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, is your objective clear? No, you just said you need power bombs. But that's gonna open up a lot of doors, figuratively and literally, I feel like. Well, not so much literally in this game, I guess. There aren't... I was about to say there aren't yellow doors. There are, but they're not power bomb doors. Which I do appreciate, I guess. Like, I don't miss having to shoot doors with all these different weapons, I guess. But yeah, we didn't really accomplish anything beyond setting those guys free, so it's not like we have anything new that's going to help us explore this area. Might as well just go back. We did see that big shadow flying around in whichever area that was. I think, was that 5? I think we left 5 and we had to go to Sector 3. And when we were in 5 last, that's when we saw that giant shadow. So, that's some foreshadowing right there. But yeah, like, I find myself quite liking the structure and layout of this game. It's different, like... it's interesting that Metroid 2 or AM2R, like, has this very eerie, spooky feel. You feel very isolated and kind of left to your own devices, and like the unknown is kind of creepy and weird. Like, this is very much the opposite. Like, it's brightly lit. There's, you know, you have this, well, I don't know if comforting is the right word, but this computer voice talking to you, you know, explaining everything that's going on and everything. But there's really bad shit happening, and like it gives off, it's not, I wouldn't say it's scary exactly, but it's every now and then there's definitely a little bit of a sense of unease, even if it takes a slightly different form. But it's cool. Like, I like that the games have their own kind of tone. I'll show you its positioning. Yeah. move out. I do think, however, I do think we're gonna leave it there. I'm getting really, really hungry. I usually go a little bit later on Saturdays, but I really need to eat something, and I feel like if there's a big boss fight coming up, which is not unlikely, I would rather stop here than die to the boss and be frustrated and quit there. I don't know that there's a boss, but I feel like there haven't been one for a while, so they're probably, I mean, like I said, we saw that big shadow thing. I would imagine something is coming up, so we shall see on Monday where things continue from here. But yeah, this has been highly enjoyable so far. You want to eat your controller in anger? No, it's not really that. It's just like, I don't want to cut, I don't want to wrap up stuck on a boss or being totally lost, because that means that the next time I'm going to start playing, I'm going to immediately jump into a situation that I'm already frustrated with. I would rather go in with with excitement and wonder and not knowing what's coming next. But mostly I'm just hungry and need to go eat something. But this has honestly been really awesome. I think I had a sneaking kind of feeling that Fusion would be the game I liked the least out of these four. Weirdly, I'm, if anything, and this is not something I would have expected at all, but I feel like Zero Mission is the one that's hanging a little bit loose. Like, it's a good game. And it's like an enjoyable romp to kind of go through, but there were definitely more things about that game that sort of annoyed me, irked me a little bit. It's not frustrating to play, but there's parts of the structure of that game, particularly the end game, that I don't like. I mean, there's plenty of room for this game to frustrate and annoy me too. I don't know where I'm gonna fall on this by the end, but I think there's more about this game that's intriguing and fascinating and interesting than there is about Zero Mission. Zero Mission is kind of, I don't know, it feels safe, and it's like a known quantity by comparison. It's kind of comfy, which is, I like comfy gaming experiences, but it's not necessarily what you want from a Metroid. But more than anything, like, I feel like every game has its own like unique vibe, which is cool, and it makes me all the more excited for Dread. Partially, again, because I haven't played Mercury Steam's Metroid 2 remake. I'm sure Dread builds off of that in many ways. Like, I know it has like the melee counterattack, for example, that people had very mixed feelings about with in the last game. So I have I feel like by not having played their previous game, I'm having a better chance of experiencing Metroid Dread as something more distinct and unique. That's kind of my hope anyway. That's how I feel about it. So yeah, like, I think every game I've played as part of this thing, even though I've mostly played them before and like have been kind of familiar, it's sort of like expanding my perception a little bit of what I feel like a Metroid game can be while still definitely being Metroid. And that's kind of cool. So hopefully that will, broaden my perspectives even further and, help me keep an even more open mind going into Dread and hopefully enjoying that game too. I'm looking forward to it for sure, but gotta finish this one first. I'll be back on Monday to continue this, and maybe we'll finish this on Monday. I don't know. I feel like we're pretty far into the game, given that we have access to all areas. We're about to get the power bomb. I would assume that we're like more than halfway through at least, but I don't fucking know. There's stuff to collect though, for sure. We'll see. No promises or anything, but we might finish this on Monday, and if we don't, we will continue on Thursday. And due to the generous donation to the community fund. Donations, plural. There's a lot of them. We have reached the goal for the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream, which will happen on Friday. This upcoming Friday, we will do some fighting games. But yeah, that will be it for me tonight. Let me, however, figure out who else is streaming so we can send you guys their way. What is going on Twitch tonight? Well, let's see. Wow, there's like a lot of people streaming. Well, we can, why don't we drop in on, Grunt. He's doing Axiom Verge. He's been streaming for 7 hours, so maybe he's wrapping up. I don't know. Let's take a look. He's playing anyway. Let's rate him. I'm not gonna watch because I haven't played this game, but if you like watching Metroid type stuff, you might enjoy this, I guess. Thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. We'll see each other on Monday or Wednesday, or, well, not Wednesday, I guess. Thursday is what I meant to say, or whenever you guys happen to tune in next. Take care. Have a nice rest of your weekend. Thank you for watching, and